I don't like it. I feel uncomfortable.
What? Gotcha. What happened to BT? Turned into a map?
Yep.
And we got a weird,
channeling my inner
spooky cult
Abernathy.
cleric looking dude in a top hat wearing druid.
Oh no, it's the two-hatted green goblin.
She's not a kobold in the circus or something?
Chinese? If you got the money,
Ugh.
I just collected them. These mine?
All right, this has to be an actual character from her in the future. That's pretty badass right there, what you were doing.
Oh, that little...
Oh, my little goblin sound.
Yes, that would be
No. No.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Oh.
Must happen. Must join us.
No, I already know. Listen, Stormy, my number 3 character, I already know what I want to do, and I want to make it work somehow.
I'm happy. You know what? This week, let's talk about it. I'm curious.
It's gonna be 3 goblins in a trench coat.
No, it's going to be way more annoying than that.
Oh, fantastic.
Goblin
I'm all
wearing
over.
stilts.
I'm all for that. Well, hello everybody. Welcome back once again to another episode, to the 12th episode of DragonMetal Saga, our second D&D campaign. We got some amazing folks in chat. Thank you all for coming. I love and adore you all for supporting and appreciating it. Like, you're amazing. And I'll tell you who else I love. These folks right here, my best friends in the world, that we have this amazing thing that we're creating together. This community of love and friendship and upliftment. That's not really a word, but I just made it up. Upliftment.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So here at Storm Saga Games, this is a homebrew campaign. So you guys are here to see some craziness. It's a lot of fun. I'm gonna let my crew introduce themselves, and we're gonna start with that person who's looking away from the camera at the moment and has no hair on his head, but has a ton on the bottom of his
I was just
chin.
writing a message.
I wasn't
Way to
looking
call
at
him
the camera
out.
either.
I'm just gonna make a sound alert announcement thing.
I'm just messing with you. I'll go on to the next person. We'll come back to you. In fact,
Okay.
let's start with my significant other with the red ears right here.
First of all, everybody say hi to Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
He's hiding in the work bathroom right now, pulling
Jinky.
me, hiding in the work bathroom.
Exactly, that's why I wanted to point out Ryan, because
Hey, baby.
He's
He's
saying
doing
hello
this right now.
quickly.
Just.
Aries is here too.
Lovely Aries.
So introductions. Hi everybody, I am itsStarkitty, and I am playing Shae, the Grey Elf Ranger that has a new companion.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Milo.
Awesome. Well said. And well, let's just go straight to the other beautiful lady over there with the green hair. Yeah. I mean, I could have said Fate, but that would have been me.
It happens more often than you think. The office addressed as, okay, ladies, thanks. It's just the long hair. Maybe it's me or maybe it's Maybelline. Thank you. Like, you know what I mean? Whatever.
Mr. H, what's up? Everyone, Mr. Hildebrand is in the house. If you all aren't following him, you better go do so. We love him so.
Guilty man.
I'm Druid IRL, and I'm playing, I almost said Fern. I'm playing Thyra, the human, the celestial, rune knight fighter.
You mean ASMR?
Rune, ASMR, what did I say?
You said
Celestial.
That's your fault.
No,
ASMR.
that's Merrick's fault.
Yep.
Whatever.
They knew that.
We got there eventually.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got there eventually.
Well-
ASMR.
Since he's the one that put you on the spot, I'm gonna put him on the spot. You go now, sir.
Well, I'm not quite on the spot because that would have been first. Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate, and I play Merrik, who is a human wizard. As a spell slinger. Oh yeah. Oh, and this is Echo. He's my little buddy, bestest pal. I've known him only a couple days longer than these fools. But I still know him more. Look at his butt.
Love it. And then last but not
Way
least,
over there.
the one who was that way or that way. Like, wait, for us it's that way, right?
I don't know
there,
which
that guy.
direction you want to
Wait,
go.
no, I can't.
I go by many names. There are some who call me Bananicus. There are some who call me asshole. There are some who call me plain and simple Tom. But you may call me BT or BananaTomOG. And I am playing Sindri, the sorcerer gnome.
Excellent. Excellent.
Bananicus Tommington.
The fourth
The fourth.
Esquire. First of
Okay.
his name, Lord of Harbor!
Your official title.
What are the odds? What are the odds of
So, we are in, like I said, the 12th episode of our of DragonMetal Saga, well, the first 4 were the character creation, which was awesome, but the party members finally last week finished Mr. Abenaki's final dungeon test / quest mission experience. And because of that, it took them to a new level, literally, obviously mechanics of the game, but it took them to a new level within themselves. They awakened to new powers and abilities and new friends, apparently. They are developing synergies with each other. They made some interesting newbie mistakes. The role players did a fantastic job role playing being green as characters are, but they also role played really well green characters figuring out each other's rhythm together, and they did really well in that dungeon and came off. Only the final boss fight really hurt them that much. Almost nothing else did. Well, there was the one nasty trap that almost killed the gnome, but
Know what I'm saying?
sometimes.
Hey, sometimes sleight of hand slips.
And so after they basically had to fight an Ettercap demon and his spider pet and get out of that and complete the simulated quest, they, like I said, they leveled up. The next morning they had breakfast. Mr. Abenaki, their sponsor / mentor, whatever you want to call him, he said he had some important things he had to take care of for a couple of days. Promised to come back and explain things to them further after that. He wanted them to rest for a couple of days and get to know each other better, figure out each other's strategies, figure out their new powers and abilities. And yeah, that's basically where we left off. Did I miss anything, guys?
He promised. We'll have answers in 2 days.
Yes.
No more. He shook
Yes.
on it. He promised.
Yes.
Wait for what you remember from last week. It's very Thyra.
It's true.
Save it for the RP, please.
She's method acting.
Well, then, if that's the case, then just let y'all know that this is not makeup. Please help. Her method acting hates me.
That's me throwing sleep elbows.
Yeah. Throwing the bows, man.
No, that's
Yeah.
just his lack of sleep. Don't believe him.
Yeah.
And this is lack of sleep and painkillers.
Yeah.
Ugh.
lack of sleep from being up very late last night, but it was fun. Calling out, shout out to Old Man Garrus. The Alien TTRPG was a blast and very different, unique for us. A lot
It
of
was a
enjoyment.
blast. That shotgun didn't work.
So,
Safety's on.
but today we are back in DragonMetal Saga. Again, on Mr. Abenaki's personal pocket dimension, in the middle of the ephemeral plane, or the excuse me, not the ephemeral, the supernal firmament. Thank you. Yes.
Got you.
Now,
You didn't remember that. 'Cause I don't.
don't worry, we'll be going over that
Great
again.
that you remember that. but I don't.
And that's the gist of it. So now we gotta talk to everybody and get their personal inner monologue journal entry of
Reference to the
what
Distant
stood out most to their character from last week. So let's do that randomly today. Welcome in, friends, one and all. Let's do this. Let's see here. Do we want to go backwards or frontwards today?
Just
Start in the middle.
We already.
I think the real question, Stormy, is do you want me to go first or do you want BT to go first? Question.
Actually, today,
It's Druid.
no.
Oh shit, man. That's awesome, but like we have to follow that.
I don't care. Go.
Can we just vote
Fine.
Shae goes last?
Oh yes, OG Blaze is here. He can finally hear one of Shay's journal entries.
I think BT
know
is
what?
voting that
OG
Shay should
Blaze.
go last every single time. Is that right, BT?
It makes us feel better about it.
Make you guys.
I'm fine.
All right. You know what? If you guys are down for that, we can do it that way.
I'm happy to continue doing what we've normally been doing.
Okay.
Personally.
I
don't
honestly
care.
don't give a shit.
Here's a joke. Here's a joke. All right.
Are y'all ready for this?
Do 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 do.
Mute me. Please
Okay.
mute me.
All right. Get into character.
Listen up, guys.
Dear Journal, it's me, Shay. 2 words. Dragon Kitty. That is all. Yes, journal. I knew dragons existed. I knew they were real. Mr. Windchaser's special rock was an egg the entire time. Can you believe that? I just thought it was his special pet rock. Especially the way he looked at it. But it was a dragon the entire time. PPS. His name is Milo. And he's so cool. I love him. He's purple and he looks like a cat and has wings. Wait, journal. Am I his mom? That means I get to teach him things. Even flying. Wait, maybe not. I can't fly. PPPS. Oh yeah. We made it out of the dungeon. Fought some spiders. Ran into an ugly spider. And we all lived. Now she wonders what's gonna happen next. Milo.
Nobody else needs a recap. I'm just saying. That was it. Nobody else matters. That's all that matters.
It's good. Love it.
I was wondering how to start off her journal entry all week. And then I finally was like, 2 words. Dragon Kitty.
Yes.
That is all. And then I was gonna be silent and have you guys go, that's it.
There was that part of me that was just like, please just leave it there because that's the best ever. But then at the same time, I was like, I need more.
Yep.
And I truly think that Shay's journal entries should actually be
The book. Did I miss a joke here?
Like BT's little.
What just happened?
Sorry.
Oh my god.
I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Journal
Shay's journal
entries.
entries need to be. You need to be like TikTok or Instagram or something for Storm
No.
Saga games. Like, they have to happen. I don't give a shit about anything else. Just Shae's journal entries. They're perfect, Starkitty. They're the best in the world. I need them.
Okay, that's a
Turn it
good
into a
idea.
book.
Well, I'll have to try and see if I can re-record them without me laughing all the time.
No, actually, it's better with the natural right there during the campaign. I love it. We'll just clip those out, and that'll be new YouTube shorts and TikTok. I like it. This is good.
Just nothing else. Just
We need to
Shae's journal entries.
I was gonna say we need a Shae PNG that can give them.
Good thing there's an artist that just came up with that idea.
Yeah, I need to learn to stay fucking quiet.
Oh
As soon
man.
as I just went, oh fuck.
Yeah. Man, I just made more work for myself with my own
You
ideas.
did.
That's 7 journal entries so far for Shae.
Love it.
Right, oh,
Anyways,
by the way, that kind of reminds me. I meant to talk to you guys about it before stream or whatever, but we have a verified artist in my Discord, Ryla XO. She does a lot of the stuff for D Gamer Aries. She's recently reached out to me
That's
saying
why I
that
know
she's
that
going to be doing D&D character art for anybody who wants to commission it. So, and the cool thing is she's really done it professionally. She doesn't like spam everybody's Discords the way those fake, scam artists are. She's an actual artist. You can see her stuff at D Gamer Aries. By the way, please go follow D Gamer Aries. Good, long-time friends for the channel. And so, yeah, go check out her in the verified artist section. And she's going to be sharing some more stuff. If anybody wants to have character art commissioned, check it out.
Don't worry, Spiper. I'm sure there'll be a compilation of Shae's journal entries at some point in time. We'll let you know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
We need to make it a book.
Without a doubt.
Just a Spotify clip series.
Uh-huh. Okay. You guys still have to follow that because,
Yep.
I was hoping we would be able to just be like, all right, let's go, and just like not do anybody else's.
You guys' mind journal entries are great too. So I love hearing what your character's, perspective. So here we go. Plus it helps you get in character. Fate. Or should I say Merrik?
All right, why does it always have to be fucking spiders, man? And the fucking etiquette tip? You know what, Abernathy? Stop spying on my nightmares. That being said, I know, okay, I told Thyra not much shocks me because, look where we are. But what the fuck is that thing? Super cool. I did not expect that. Glad I knew it was an echo. You fucking knew and you didn't tell me. You knew, didn't you? You knew who that was, didn't you? I tried so hard to keep it. I saw you moving out of the corner of my eye and I lost.
We're on the same audio channel, so I can't just mute me. I can't.
I know. Yeah, that's about it though. Other than I know that I have free access to that library, but I know I get lost in it, and I told Sindri I'd help him with his dagger, and I think that'd be fun, to be honest. Learning can come later. Yes, Echo, I know that's strange coming from me. Shae, can I study Milo, please? I promise I won't hurt him at all. 100%. True facts, man. That's true facts. Don't look at me like that. I won't hurt him. I think it's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah.
Couldn't resist.
Nice. By the way,
That was such instinct.
thank you.
You guys
So-
just clap.
Real quick, guys, I linked last week's episode if you haven't seen it. The best part is, if you want to go check it out right now, the thumbnail lets you know what Milo looks like. And the thumbnail,
I want to look at it.
the image was created with Dagoth and his expert skills with AI. I did some adjusting of it, but it's pretty cool. All right, let's see who's next. Well, look at that. BT gets to go last. Druid, you're up.
Goblin time.
I swear. If you don't fucking mute yourself right now, BT. We have 2 days until we finally get some answers. Hopefully, it's actually useful information. Because all of this shit that's been happening, I'm done. There's too many questions. We have a cat dragon, a talking sword, these 2 magical fucks that I have to deal with. Though I have grown fond of them, they still drive me crazy. Just ready to get off of this plane of existence. That's it. She's done.
Right?
She's so done.
No good. Very good. Very good. Thank you. And BT.
Question.
Sindri's log. Start 8. Wait, what's the start 8? Never could get a hang of all that strategy thing. Yeah. We've made it out of the dungeon at last. There was a slightly sticky situation within the final part of there. And I technically became a backpack. Kinda cool, but she nearly took my head off. I have to talk to her.
But did you die?
Can you speak up? Can you say
can't
that
hear me
again?
right now.
We can barely hear you. Could you say that again, BT?
Nope, because I've already forgot it.
Okay.
But to branch off from things, I think I feel a little bit more powerful, and also we're waiting for some answers now, and we better be getting them. I know the tall lady's getting unimpressed at this. But I've got to be honest. I want to know where the fuck I am, what we're doing. Sindri, out.
Stick drop.
Big drop. Branch drop.
Well, stick drop for most people, branch for Sindri.
Not wrong.
Well, I used log last week, so branch figured.
Yeah, no, good.
Very good, very
Nice.
good. Okay, all right. Does anybody have anything else to add before we jump into the role playing?
Yeah, what stood out to Abernathy last week?
I'm sure it was Shae going up to him going, "Look!"
Or that Thyra had the audacity to threaten him.
Or that Ares is excited that Merrik exploded that fucking spider. Got you, mate. Anyway, what?
Yes, Ares, you are correct.
For sure. That's cool.
All right.
Alrighty. We're gonna get into it, guys. Appreciate you all coming tonight. We're gonna go chat dark until the intermission in a couple hours, and but we'll be, if we get raided or anything big happens, we'll be popping in to say hello. Appreciate you all coming.
Chat dark
Enjoy the
or
show.
chat black? Chat black.
Okie dokie. Let's actually we'll stay here for now in this screen.
Yeah.
Just because actually I didn't take time to clean that. We'll see if we need it. So I guess I'll ask you guys first. Was there some conversations that you all wanted to have for these 2 days of rest? I guess technically one of them is already gone now because of the, we already had 1 day occur, and then the next morning was the birth of Milo. And somehow or another, Milo and Echo get along really well. Which even though they seem like they'd be natural enemies, they're kind of supernatural beings in some ways. Even though Echo seems like a regular owl, there's something mystical to him. He's truly a guide somehow for Merrik. Not sure, he's got that. Merrik isn't quite sure what's going on there. And then, of course, Milo, being the purple dragon kitty, or technically his actual term is Dragon or Lion Drake. But we can call him Dragon Kitty because that works too.
Got the figure and everything for him too.
So good.
I think BT's favorite is Lion Dragon, right?
That's Sindri's favorite.
Sindri's okay. Sindri's favorite, right? Yeah. Is there anything that you guys want to roleplay and discuss amongst yourselves for that final night before Abenaki comes along?
But during those, like the entire of those days, me and Merrik were supposed to be working on the daggers as well.
Mm-hmm. Right, you and Merrik. Yeah, that's right. Is it possible to move your mic slightly closer or yourself closer to the mic? Perfect.
Not much more, no.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can still up his volume.
I know. The problem is that he's got just the most amazingly voluminous belly laugh, and so it peaks into our mic. So if I get him too high, then it I can manage it better with the sonar, but sonar turned into crap.
I don't know what you mean about my laugh.
I like your laugh, BT.
Oh, he knows. Everybody knows BT's laugh.
I have many laughs.
All of them.
There's the little whoop, 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 whoop.
I watched
Then
the clip
the
you
belly
shared
laugh.
yesterday.
Then there's the ha ha ha.
You watched the clip he shared yesterday? Which clip?
Would you like me to repeat it on stream what you said, Stormy?
No. No. Not on this stream.
No.
It's okay.
Instant regret.
We're good.
It was definitely Stormwang related.
You love it, don't lie.
Sorry, back into character, guys. Back into character.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with BT. Like, Sindri and Merrik would be trying to work together to make that happen because Merrik said that he would.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have you guys. I forgot what the 5th ed roll for like a crafting skill is.
When we did my Tinkerer stuff before we did Dex for me.
Right. You were gonna. I remember saying that you guys had to combine your abilities, right?
Basically, he would make the parts. I would obviously provide him with like the drawings so he knew what I was doing, but also I would need to assemble it from the Tinkerer side of things. Because it's not just a normal dagger.
Can I borrow you?
Now, question being, are we just modifying an existing dagger, or were you crafting one from scratch?
Depending on time strains, really, which I'd refer to DM for that. Because I imagine it'd be quite difficult to cut the end of a dagger off and rebuild it so you're modifying the weight of it to balance.
Nope.
Rather
Yeah,
than
probably
open
easier and
fire.
quicker to just create one from scratch. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on how much of a modification you're doing, obviously. But yeah, in this instance, what you guys are wanting to do, and now refresh everyone's memory. What was the little device that you were trying to create?
So, at the top of my quarterstaff is it was a lighter tinker tool, tinker toy thing, but during when I got my powers, it actually became my spell focus and ceased to be a tinker toy.
Right.
So at that point, it now basically screws and unscrews onto the top of my quarterstaff, so I could, if anything happened to the quarterstaff, I could have swapped out. But now Sindri's had the idea that we now swap that out, so if we're ever in enclosed spaces or anything like that, you can have it on a dagger. So the top end of the dagger, where you would have the counterbalance for it, my spell focus is going to screw into the hilt of it, or the handle, sorry.
Pommel.
Yeah, it's going to screw into
Okay,
the
so
handle.
basically the end of your quarterstaff is going to have the dagger kind of built into it?
Oh no, the dagger's
So-
not going to be on the quarterstaff. It's literally going to be, I transfer the spell focus from the quarterstaff to the dagger,
Okay.
and vice versa.
Yeah, so
I
it's
could do it either way.
interchangeable.
Yeah.
All right. I'll have. You need to roll. We're gonna have Sindri roll the. I believe it would be the to like manipulate something. I borrow your character.
Sleight of hand.
I had an idea, and then
That's
it
what
fell
we
out of
did
my
last
head.
time for building
Um,
tinker toys and stuff.
It'd be your sleight of hand,
Yeah.
and what?
Arguably, I'd say it'd be the same thing for Merrik.
Um.
I don't see anything else that kind of jumps at me.
Could he use history because it's recalling techniques he used to use?
No, because we're talking about the physical. Like,
Yeah.
I don't. In that instance, I'm not thinking that your character has to recall it. I mean, it's easy enough to recall and practice something. It's
Yeah.
about practicing it. The sleight of hand is meant to be sort of a catch-all for anything that you're doing this manipulating stuff. But yours is more of that's a dexterity one. With what you're doing, machining the parts seems to be more the blacksmithing strength type stuff. So I think I'm going to have you roll athletics. That's probably worse for you though, isn't it? Yeah, because I would argue that like a blacksmith is kind of, a strength-based thing. You also need to be dexterous as well. Yeah, that's fine. I'll let you both roll sleight of hand. Oh, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was gonna say, even though I know that the stat performance is charisma based, it is an art form. So I could also argue maybe that it's the rhythm and the timing and
I
the
actually really like
of that. Just throwing an idea out there. I mean, I'm happy to roll sleight of hand. It's 1 point better, but I just was trying to think like.
Well, it's going to be more than it's going to be more than just like a D20 proficiency bonus. You're going to get a proficiency plus whatever kind of ability score would fit with that. So
Just throwing an idea out there.
yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no reason why if you're working with fine small parts, it can't be a dexterous kind of thing, like you said, an art form. It's a craft, for example. I mean, we're literally in 3.5. It would be a craft check, and you can actually have specific crafts, blacksmithing and whatnot. So, but you
Whatever you want me to roll, mate.
yeah, just do the sleight of hand, both of you. That's fine.
Okay.
What did you just?
20 for me.
Nice.
This is tricky. Working with too small. So that would be a 7.
So Unfortunately, what happens is while you're doing good putting together the parts that he machined for you, it took about 4 hours to machine the parts. But unfortunately, the parts that he machined, they didn't get heated and cooled properly, so they crack while you're putting them together. And so he's gonna need to spend the rest of the afternoon making new machine parts.
Yeah.
Go for it again.
Okay.
Eh.
Arguably, would I not be able to assist him in some way? Because I'd be basically stood doing nothing until he...
Yes,
machined
I'll
the
let you
parts.
assist him, which will give him advantage. You don't even have to roll. He's just going to get advantage when you're
Okay.
assisting. Yep.
Yeah. 21.
All right. Unfortunately, when you putting it together, because you're the one who understands the concept of your little machine, he can't really assist you with that, and it's a small
Yeah, I
kind of
guess that.
process. So
I need to
go ahead and
reroll
roll
that
your
again.
to put it together.
I got a 10.
So
Total?
I'm gonna have you
Total.
roll your history, or I guess is history an actual?
Yes.
Yeah, roll your history, and if you roll well enough, then I'll let you pull from your knowledge of having done these kind of crafts before. So the problem is that you crafted a new thing, right, that hasn't
Yeah.
existed before by using your understanding and knowledge of other things that you've made. And so the 10 would be fine if you were making something that you have made before. But it's
I'm
not
gonna say,
quite there
could it be
yet.
argued that technically I've half made it before because I had to make the same mechanism?
No,
for the
like
top of my
if that
staff.
were the case, then it would be the same DC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you roll your history check, and if you do well enough on that, then it'll give a bonus to your the roll you just made.
Because it's history specifically. Can I use my artificer's lore?
Yeah. That's what I was trying to get at,
Gives
was that you
me
could use your
twice my proficiency.
artificer's lore. Mhm.
Okay. 24.
Oh wow, you nailed it. So it gives you a +5 bonus to your other roll, hitting the DC of 15. Actually, gave more of a bonus because you rolled so well. So ultimately, the DC was 15. You hit it. You struggle at first, but then you go back in your mind and figure out, okay, this is something I made up, so I should be able to do this, and you eventually succeed. So describe to everybody what it is that you have made.
So now we have just essentially, I will draw something up so you get a visual aid because I wanted to do that. But for now, it's going to be a slightly curved blade that comes to the hilt and it's held. The blade is locked in place to the handle using a dragon pin. So it'll be the shape of a dragon on either side. Then you've got the handle that's wrapped in leather. And then on the hilt is basically a metal plate that has inside it a nice thread. And then my spell focus can screw inside of that.
Gotcha.
Without my spell focus, the blade will not be balanced.
Gotcha. Perfect.
It's
All right. Does that mean you're ditching your staff? Or
No.
okay. Your goal is to what? Put it on your back when you're in a different position
Basically,
where you need
Because
to.
I had my knives in my backpack previously, because I had 2 of them for whatever I would use them for at any point. I'm now going to carry that around with me, but I was going to ask and find if there's like even just a leather sheath I could put it on so I can keep it on my person.
Sure.
Put it in my coat.
Absolutely. Yep.
So that's what it'll be. But yeah, I've got very slight design so far for it, but that's basically the premise of what the knife will look like.
All right. Cool. You guys are happy and satisfied with your work, and you did it together, and that's awesome. Do you have any comments you want to make to each other?
Other than thank you very much for the help on that, because without you, Merrik, I would not have been able to do that. And I find this might help me out if we're ever in a, lack of a better word, a tight spot.
Yeah, no, I got you. I thought, I was having a little trouble grasping how the threading would work the first time, and that's probably why I made it a little too thin and what cracked. But I get it. Absolutely. Mind if I take a look? And now that's all assembled.
Of course. Hand it over to Merrik.
And then, yeah. You think it'll survive if I catapult? I'm just kidding. No. Yes. Yeah, no, I think this is really cool. Now, I think we shouldn't really tell anybody about it, because I don't want someone trying to take it. Now, I mean that, of course, we will know about it, but, kind of keep it hush-hush if we ever make it off this flat plane.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because I think that people may assume that it's actually, not to say that it's not valuable, it's more valuable to you, but I think people might expect it to be more like Thyra's sword valuable.
Yeah.
So just be mindful.
I understand what you're saying, yes.
Yes, cool. Anyway, I am famished.
I could definitely eat right now.
Yes.
So you guys head back to the house to have some dinner. What were the two of you ladies and Milo doing during this day?
Shae's following Milo
Echo
around.
was with
just
Milo,
observing.
by the way. During that time, Echo probably would have been with Milo, so while I'm crafting.
He would have flown back and forth occasionally to check on you and just, let you. But you're right. He would have been playing for
Let him
several
have
hours.
his fun.
He chased each other
Thyra?
around. He's
Thyra?
helping Milo. Milo, he's great at the kitty stuff, but not so great with his wings, and he needs some help with that. So.
That's good,
Thyra-
because Shae can't fly.
Yeah, so Thyra's watching Shae watch Milo and Echo, basically. This is, because Thyra for sure sees Shae as a child. Protect the child.
Even though you guys are literally the same age, but I get it. She's an elf, and her personality is very much, she's very naive.
Innocent child.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically, Thyra's just been hanging out, doing some training with the sword to stay fucking quiet. And there's nobody talking, you have no need to talk.
Oh, he acts like throughout this. He acts like he's good to go. Oh yeah, it's all right. I mean, we got the party going. We'll do it. We got a deal. We got a thing.
You need
and of course,
quiet.
But, he won't shut up.
If I say quiet and he doesn't stay quiet, she goes and puts him in the room.
Oh, he's quiet for a little while. But so are you saying that one of the moments where he chimes up after just a few minutes, kind of breaking the quiet, you take him and you put him in the room?
Yep.
Okay. About 5 minutes later, while you're hanging out, watching and playing, and you gave him time, you put him in timeout, in the corner of the room, you find him back in your scabbard.
Quiet, correct?
Well, yeah, that's actually what's surprising is he's quiet, but suddenly you realize, holy shit, the sword's there again.
But I do not acknowledge. Even though she's shook, she doesn't acknowledge because he's quiet. And then she's just happily observing Shae interacting with Milo.
Right on.
That's basically her afternoon.
And then a couple hours later,
Well, every so often you hear Shae go, Miss Thyra, did you see that?
I did.
Yeah. Every once in a while, Raven's Edge is like, Man, I wonder if I could play with that lion drake. You know, a good swag, just one or two, be kind of tasty. I don't know. He looks
Quiet.
really tasty. No?
Quiet.
She gets a horrified look on her face every time he says that.
So when you get, well, he only said it once.
Oh.
So you get that look on your face, and then he says, "Oh, did I overstep? I'm sorry. It's all right. I won't really. I just, you know,
Quiet.
it's tasty. Probably.
Quiet.
Yeah."
And once he goes quiet, she goes,
Are you practicing with the? Do you use the scabbard that Mr. Abenaki gave you? Or are you trying to practice without using the scabbard?
For now, practice without.
Okay, so one of the times that you guys that day are having an argument about him being quiet, let's do a. Have you kept him in the scabbard? I mean, you haven't pricked the scabbard with your blood yet, is kind of what I'm assuming what you're talking about. But do you keep him in the scabbard?
Yes.
Then we're going to do a will off. You get to roll at advantage. Right? Isn't that what I said? Or
No, I have to put in order for it to be advantage, I have.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You first. Druid. What was it I said?
You said that I have advantage as long as it's as long as I have pricked it, my finger, I did 1 point of damage, that's advantage. I wrote it down.
Okay. So what was the other, because I remember the scabbard had the second ability related to the fact that it keeps any, the sheath magically keeps any sword's edge sharp and maintained. Although it doesn't technically affect Raven's Edge directly, it does provide a stimulating experience for him, keeping him happy.
Yeah, so I just.
So it's definitely making you feel like it's having an effect. It's just more subtle, right? And so one of these will-offs we're gonna have, since you didn't prick the scabbard yet, will be not at advantage. It's a wisdom saving throw, I believe is what we had, right?
19?
Yeah, so the scabbard seems to be helping to kind of keep his urges suppressed, and you were able to dommy mommy it. So it's this sword is it's complacent.
As it should.
All right. Was there any other stuff that you guys wanted to do, or role playing you all wanted to do before the next day, or at dinner that night? Before, well, 6 of you, 7 of you. Sorry, Echo.
Went from a party of 4 to 7 real quick.
we started out as a party of 5 because, Echo was first.
Oh, that's true.
That's right. Echo's first.
Before we go to sleep, Sindri would like to practice his new abilities, so he gets to grips with them before.
Okay, so you want to do that after dinner then?
Has to do them. Yeah.
Did you guys go ahead?
Merrik would probably do the same because most everything else he's pretty comfortable with when it comes to spells, with the exception of Misty Step, because that is a whirlwind of a doozy.
Do you guys bring up that you're going to do training? Or?
Yeah, I'm just going to go into the courtyard and practice a little bit on this new movement. Kind of churns the stomach a little, so I'm just kind of getting used to it.
May I join?
Sure.
Sounds like a plan.
Shae, do you want to come along?
Actually gives me an idea for something.
Shae?
Yes.
She's probably busy. Oh. We were going to go into the courtyard a little bit, kind of work on a couple things. If you would like to join?
Milo, you want to go out in the courtyard? You say yes. She picks him up. Yes.
All right.
Let's face it, more bonding experience whilst training is going to be advantageous for when we finally get out of here anyway.
I am so ready to get out of here.
Question.
Yeah.
So I know mechanically I only have like 2 second-level spell slots. That only means 2 Misty Steps, 1 hour short rest. I can get like 1 back, maybe. Do Abernathy's servants, are they able to restore spell slots for this context, or was it only healing?
Healing.
Okay.
They basically
I could
use.
not remember. I just
They
wanted to
use
make sure.
wands of healing that he has on hand.
I try to ask.
No,
That's-
I forgot, which is why I asked.
I got.
So, you guys are out in the courtyard, in a spot where he's set up some practice dummies for you guys when you want to, there's still some of them are still there, and so you guys can easily do some practicing. Was there anything specific you guys wanted to discuss, like maybe come up with some talk to each other about your spells and figure out combinations, or did you want to do that off stream? Like, what did you prefer?
There's one combination that Sindri's definitely going to mention, and one thing he kind of wants to show Merrik, purely because it's one of Merrik's spells.
Okay, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and roleplay that right now, please.
Miss Thyra, would you be... I don't know how to put this. Would you be game for getting even stronger for a limited amount of time?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ooh, that's a point. Player to DM question.
Yeah.
For the... It's said in... For enlarge reduce, it says I need some metallic dust, I think it was.
So you have to speak up.
You
I
have an
can't hear you,
arcane
buddy.
So, for the enlarge reduce spell, it's saying I need a pinch of powdered iron. Would I have access to that?
I'm glad you asked that. This is something that folks like to know about. I'm of the perspective in my D&D world that it's easier to think of an idea where you have like a pouch of powder that's a mixture of different things that you can just kind of reach in and use as ingredients. And that you kind of, over time, you spend a little bit of money or time, you go to a shop, whatever, or you can even gather the items yourself from time to time and put them together. And it's not something you have to worry about trying. I mean, if it's a super high level, like 8th or 9th level spell that requires some, like if you're trying to resurrect somebody, there's gonna be some quests you're gonna have to do and some items you're gonna have to get, or just any of the big spells are gonna require, whatever the book says. But anything that's lower, I don't worry about spell components. I just assume that you have a means of doing that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So, and looks like Fate has a question.
No. Technically speaking, 5th ed, a arcane focus replaces the spell component pouch, with the exception of things like diamonds or
It has like a
monetary or gold value. So if it's a unique
I forgot
item
about
like that,
that,
you need
yeah.
a diamond.
Thanks.
Yeah, so your spell focus takes care of that. If you didn't have a spell focus, then you need a component pouch, which technically is unlimited and then functions the way Stormy does.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
It's basically a similar concept that's been around for a while.
Yeah.
But 5th ed, I didn't realize that 5th ed delineates a spell focus as a replacement. That's cool. That simplifies things.
So like with Lorcris, his amulet was his spell focus. That's why I never really worried about material components, with the exception of like big things.
Gotcha. Druid.
Yeah.
When Sindri asks Thyra that,
Okay, yeah, back into it. Nice segue.
she's gonna be like, as long as it can enhance me, when I am this strong. And when she says that, she's gonna invoke Giant's Might and become a large creature.
What? Wait, what is it? Is this an ability
it happens at 3rd level. I get Giant's Might.
So
and I
how
can
long?
become large.
So you become a large creature, and
Yes.
oh, what?
Sindri's going to enlarge.
Let me double check and see if they're stackable.
I believe so.
How long does yours last for, by the way? This is Druid.
I'm double checking.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. What does it specifically say? So I'll say this. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, 3rd level. You learn how to imbue yourself with the might of giants as a bonus action.
And this is a
Magically
rune night
gains-
thing?
Yes.
All right. Let me go there now too. That way I can compare the two things. Because I can definitely see arguments going both ways as to, I mean, technically enlarge reduce just picks something and makes it increase to the next size category.
Chat saying it's stackable.
Well, the chat isn't the DM. I appreciate you, chat. But I don't see why it couldn't be. Now, where's that 3rd level ability? So you can use magic's runes.
It's called Giant's Might. Is the ability
There it is,
itself.
Giant Might. You learn how to imbue yourself with the might of giants. As a bonus action, you magically gain the following benefits, which last for a minute. If you are smaller than large, you become large, along with anything you are wearing. If you lack the room to become large, your size doesn't change. You have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws. Once on each of your turns, one of your attacks with a weapon or an unarmed strike can deal an extra D6 damage to a target on a hit. That's different. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. So basically, your proficiency bonus per day, effectively, per long rest.
So twice a day.
You can't have 2 long rests per day.
No.
Oh, no, yeah,
bonus
proficiency
plus
bonus.
2.
Yeah, 2, yeah. I thought you were doubling the proficiency, but anyway. Let me think. You look at enlarge reduce.
It's basically the exact same words, but 1d4 of extra damage.
Yeah. I like the way it literally words it and says from medium to large, for example. And so because of that, I'm going to rule that her ability is a unique kind of supernatural ability of her, and the spell is a separate effect as a spell. So it can, once she grows larger, she can go from large to huge.
Yep.
So basically what's going to happen is your character's height is what, 6'1"?
6 foot.
So you're 6 foot even. All right. So it'll take you from 6 foot. Let me. I think 8 feet is the smallest large creature. Let me double check.
You're going to be super heavy as well.
Yeah, like an ogre is typically 10 feet.
Owlbear from the top rope.
Wow. All right. I'm just gonna simplify it and use these right here. You go from 6 foot to 10 feet tall when you use your ability, and then when you go to huge, if you guys, we're gonna role play this here in just a second. You'll go from 10 feet to 15 feet, and you take up 15 feet. So, in fact, let me.
Does that mean she'll have reach?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. A large category, I'll say that she doesn't have reach, because not all large creatures have reach. It's sort of a skill that they figure out how to use because of their size. But at the huge category, you 100% will have reach just because you literally have that reach. The reason I'm going into this scene, let me grab something to clean this off with. I'm gonna have to come up with some figurines to make this work.
Nothing immerses me when my DM rolls out a dry erase board and I'm elated with the smell of an expo.
Technically, you could just put an action man next to the minis.
I just want everybody to be able to visualize this. So this is gonna be kind of fun.
Android, your character's going to take up 9 squares with both of those.
What? No. It's. Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
15 feet. Yeah. I think. Well, it depends on the model. Like, I think some of the models work a little bit better, but we'll see. All right.
So, with the enlarge as well, your weight's multiplied by 8. You're gonna be heavy. We're gonna feel you move.
So she has the like the flop roll from Dark Souls.
Basically. There's no dexterous movements being that big.
Yeah. Sorry, your iframes are like fraction of a second.
No, actually, they went big. Remember, in they actually go up as you reach super.
Does this mean this gives a new meaning to go big or go home?
Does this bring a whole new meaning to go big or go gnome?
But once you go gnome, you never go home. Loop back that right around.
I fall onto the enemy. Hang on. So if you're going to be 15 foot tall, how high can you jump with your weight? Because you just jumping onto something would mean that the full weight of you is hitting them.
So it's funny that you say that. I was literally about to comment and say, for you science nerds out there, there's some creative things that you can do with the character of this weight category. I'll let you try and come up with some ideas.
I don't think we need to worry about locks on doors anymore. Providing she can fit.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So, bear with me a sec, guys. I'm trying to find a large model that will, kind of fit close enough.
Has an idea, but has to wait until Sindri does the thing.
As well.
Yes.
And I have to pee.
All right, that's fine.
Break time.
So, question, Stormy.
Yeah.
While you're looking. So, it says you can grow to the space that you have, but given that the spell multiplies your weight by 8,
Yeah.
even if you don't grow the full height, would you still gain the full weight?
No, I think it literally says that the spell fails to function if you can't fit in the space.
He says you fit the space.
No. I mean, no, if you can fit the space, yeah, you'll go up, but it's also
You'll grow
saying
to whatever size.
it literally says that if where is it?
It attains maximum possible size in the space available, is all it says. From what I'm reading, anyway. That's why
It also says if there isn't enough room for the target to double its size, the creature or object attains the maximum possible size in the space available. Ah, okay.
It's
So
giant
would you
fight.
still gain the times 8 weight? Because it still triggered the effect in that case.
Yeah, it would make you
You just
probably
haven't grown
denser
full.
in that area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, bear with me. We'll make it happen here. Appreciate you guys'
Super dense,
patience. This is kind of cool. I just want to find a large model that is not, too awful looking. I already have a huge one for her. It'll be a nice surprise. Let me find a large one.
Stormy, it's Giant's Might that says if you let the room to become large, your size doesn't change. That's That's the differences between the reduce and large and giant's might.
Right. Your
That's the
giant's
confusing
might will
differences.
keep you from growing bigger if you can't fit in the space, but the
Correct.
spell just kind of
Makes you fit and makes
Okay.
you denser.
yeah.
Yeah. So, but that doesn't change. Like, I'll still have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
You just don't actually physically grow in size.
I just don't grow in size, but I
Interesting.
still gain the other benefits.
What
Yeah.
was his name in the last campaign?
Which means if you were in a so if you're in a doorway, you
This
wouldn't
was,
have much to grow,
Yeah.
And you could force yourself to
but
just be
you'd gain
stronger.
the full weight
Anyway.
and be denser.
What do you?
Yeah.
How do you feel about this being your large form, the Oni mage
For
that
now.
we used from the last campaign? Wouldn't that be
I'm
fitting?
okay with that.
You're okay with that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's get all of our characters, all our party members over here.
reoccurring villain in the last campaign for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
For now, we'll find something new.
So as you guys can see, we got everybody here. The owl's like right down here.
Shay's on the ground.
Shay's falling on the ground, playing with the kitty.
Yes.
She's not doing very much training. She's just playing.
That's fine.
It's fine.
All right, so over here, Sindri comes over. Is it a range or touch spell?
I believe it's ranged.
Yeah, I believe it's
within
ranged,
30 feet.
30 feet, yeah. All right, so first off, she says what she says, and suddenly you guys see her increase to a large size, and you're all like, Sindri, you guys react however you want.
That's what I was about to do.
She starts
Okay.
rolling around and her jaw drops.
Yeah, even the cat, even Milo's like,
Wait, Sindri, you said, you know what? I'd love to see how this works.
Very well, let's go. And with that, I cast Enlarge Reduce onto the even taller Thyra.
okay. Bam!
Perfect.
It's the closest thing that I have is this Titan.
Yeah, that's fun. Wow.
That's perfect.
Jesus fuck.
Well, interesting.
That works better than planned.
Yes, it does. Wait, Sindri.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I want to see this pan out first. I have an idea that I think you and I could work on together.
Okay.
But, Thyra, how's the weather up
I feel like, Jesus, that was loud.
there?
Shay gets up from the ground and she picks up Milo and she's like, Milo, we need to keep Miss Thyra happy, okay?
Milo's all like,
Sindri. I would just like to say, don't piss Thyra off when you make her big, because she'd probably throw you further.
I completely understand that one.
Yes.
When she's in this form, she is doing no. Eat the no. It's just not.
I mean,
Wait,
fair enough. I mean,
puppies.
that might...
I could technically just step onto her hand.
And we lean down.
Can she?
Uppers.
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 Okay, Andre.
Sindri, out of pure ecstasy, just goes straight into the hand.
No.
And then I lift him up above my head.
Ooh.
And then I set him back down.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
I can get used to that. It's a shame I can't grow that big.
So when you do that, suddenly Milo kind of struggles like he wants it down.
Ooh.
He plops down, and then he starts trying to fly up there.
You can do it, Milo!
And then I put my hand just above Milo.
He kind of
already got cat hair
freaks
in your
out a
mouth.
little bit and then flops to the ground. You know how cats. Woo! He only got about 6 feet up, and then.
Oh, I see.
And then I'll lower my hand down further. See if he wants in the hand.
Is Milo gonna try to fly again?
What are we talking? I'm just curious. Jolter's saying something about can't benefit from the same. The spell can't benefit from the same spell. What are we talking about there? Because we already decided that she can use her ability because it's separate, and then you can cast the spell on top of that.
No, they're talking about double casting.
Yeah,
They're
you can't
talking about
cast.
double casting in large.
they're talking amongst themselves separate.
Yeah, why are you looking at chat, man?
Yeah, why are you
Chat
We're
dark.
supposed to be
Chat
chat
dark.
dark. We
No, you're
three
right.
of us
My
asked
bad.
you a question.
Sorry, what was the question?
Is Milo going to
Let
try
them
and fly
talk.
up into her
Yeah.
hand again?
Milo does try and fly again because you're reaching out your hand to him, and
The moment the DM gets
He's
told
down
off.
there going, "You can do it, Milo."
it's pretty funny watching
Yeah.
the cat. He's all like trying to jump. You know how
Echo,
cats climb
I
on
would say
stuff.
Echo.
He's doing this.
Yeah, I would say Echo is like kind of just hovering above him.
Yes.
Like come on, like flying backwards. Like come on,
You
come
can
on.
do it.
Like trying to lead the way. Yeah.
And Shay's like, "Flap the wings, flap the wings."
So, are you trying to get him to get into your hand?
Yeah, so I'm gonna lower a little bit by little bit until he can actually jump in there. So he had confidence in his wings. I'm trying to help him fly.
He eventually, you see him. He's like trying super hard to get to your hand, and you let him get into your hand, and he's like flops exhausted into your hand, and he's like.
And then I lift him up real high and show him.
He's looking around. He's all like,
And then I imagine it's been a minute, so I start slowly shrinking back down
no,
to
it
normal.
hasn't quite been a
theory.
minute yet. Still been a few seconds. No, yeah. He looks down and he goes, he sees you from below.
Shay's kind of like pacing back and forth.
She's terrified. And Milo looks down and he goes, he has this look on his face like, he likes this. And then then he kind of nibbles on your hand like he wants down now.
And then I lower him back down.
As you're lowering him back
ground.
down, once you get to that height that he was comfortable at, he pops out of your hand and flies down to the ground. Plop. And once he gets about 2 feet off the ground, then he stops flying. He's like, oh. And then he comes over to you and curls up at your feet, looks kind of exhausted, and starts preening himself.
Pick up Milo. Good job, Milo. Good job. You did such a good job.
Thyra, that's quite impressive. And Sindri, I like where you're headed, and I like what you guys have done. I imagine, you're already pretty big.
I've been told.
Yes, and I'd imagine that might scare a lot of people off.
I wonder how
mean-
cocky the suit of armor would be.
Well, I'm sure he'll hear about it in just a few minutes, because Abernathy probably saw all of that shit.
He's already left this plane.
I'm pretty sure Abernathy saw all of that shit anyway. To be fair, I know he's not here, but there are spells that allow you to see great distances. Anyway, but
Thyra wouldn't necessarily know about that, so she might or might not be impressed by that. But there's a lot about magic she doesn't know or understand.
No, because he's brought Abernathy's dropped hints that he's seen stuff.
everything
so
here.
so she
Oh, no,
knows.
yeah,
She's
you're right,
highly
you're right.
aware.
You're right. True that. All right.
She's highly aware.
Sindri, I have an idea.
Yes.
Okay. So, when I catapult my dots really fast,
Oh.
do you think you can catch it? Think you can enlarge it right before it leaves my hand? Or right after it leaves my hand?
My presumption would be I'd have to get it just after.
Yeah, you could...
Is there a certain limit to what you can fire with that?
Well, it's an object that's no more than 5 pounds at the moment. Well, actually, hang on. You can turn it. So Normally, it's like about 5 pounds. It's usually what I'm most comfortable with. Though I know I can do more, so roughly 10 pounds. However, for right now, I'm gonna kind of keep it lower because I can only really cast. It's the first time casting anything larger than I've really ever done. So this feels a bit more comfortable at the moment, keeping it simple. So it would still technically be too heavy. So you want to try the timing and see if you can catch it right after it leaves your hand.
I do want to try that.
Yes.
But actually. Doesn't matter. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Do that.
So while they're
As soon as
having
he's-
this conversation and stuff, in your head, Raven's Edge is like, oh, wow, you're extra meaty today. Damn. And then you go up the next size, and in your head again, he's like, wow, okay, this is something else. Because remember, your equipment increases the same size. And he's like, I'm really digging this, this is good. We're gonna be able to slay all kinds of people and drink all kinds of souls like this. I approve. That's all he says.
Excellent.
Newbie question, by the way.
Yes.
How long is a minute in rounds?
10.
So
10
a
rounds.
round is 6 seconds. So,
Okay. Thank you.
yep. That's a great question to ask.
All right. So before I know in role-playing aspect, definitely going to try to enlarge the dart right after it leaves my hand. I know on a technicality, it doesn't really matter because catapult will only do 3d8. So at DM's discretion, if it does anything else,
Okay,
we will find out.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. You have the enlarge spell as well? Is that what you're saying? Or are you having him cast enlarge on your dart?
So kind of working together.
Uh-huh.
Having as soon as I cast catapult and the dart is now technically started to move in motion where I'm no longer operating it, cast enlarge mid-flight.
That's not really. I'll say that you guys can try. You try, your first time to do it and realize that the timing of being able to do that on something in midair is practically impossible. But if he readies an action, here's what I'm going to do. You guys practice this. Well, you only have 2 spell slots per day for this, though, right? So you're going to have to spend some more time practicing this.
I can have
Imagine it would
2 more
take-
attempts at this
Okay.
because I can
And I
use
have
my
4 total.
font of
All right. So you guys have a few attempts.
thingy to
Perfect. All right.
regain my level
I'll say
2
that
again.
in your practicing, you come to the realization you can sort of create this combo. What's going to have to happen is he is going to have to do a ready action to cast enlarge on the dart in response to you casting your spell. The hard part is timing it such that it happens like at the moment that you toss it into the air. So I'm going to have him, to make it successful, he's also going to have to roll a reflex save. So that if the reflex save fails, and I'm going to say the DC, what's the level of the spell?
So I'm cast. Oh, sorry. Which spell?
which one?
Your spell.
Your spell.
His spell is
your
a
point-
second level. They're both second level, correct?
Mine's second
catapult.
level.
I'm going at first level because
Oh, right. Your spell is a first level spell.
because I'm going to practice with Misty Step, and that's second level spell, so I'm not increasing the weight doing that.
Okay.
And my
okay.
dart is already light, so it makes no sense to waste those spell slots to.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna then the reflex save would be. I'm gonna say that it's like it's a kind of a difficult. Let me remember the. It's moderately hard, so I'm gonna say the DC is 15. And so if he makes his reflex save, then he times it properly. If he doesn't, then effectively the spell fizzles and doesn't affect what he wanted to affect. It doesn't necessarily enlarge you or anything. It's not going to hit some other target. It just
because you're trying to affect the target and you miss the target.
Yeah. Or it might even enlarge it after it's already fallen on the ground and after it's already done.
Wait.
Oh well, if the item is destroyed, then it wouldn't matter because the object takes the same damage as well. So they practically shatter. Like they don't.
Oh, the darts shatter when you use. Oh.
Well, because with catapult, the object that it hits and the object that is being catapulted take the same 3d8 damage. So these darts, there's no way it survives 3d8.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. I can see that. So then, interesting. I'm glad that you shared that detail with me. That's handy. All right. And so what I'm gonna say is because you're increasing the size category of the weapon by 1, it'll effectively do what the enlarge spell does. It'll do an additional D4 damage on top of the damage that the spell already does. Actually, it's a 3d8.
Yeah.
So you're increasing the mass of the object by doubling.
And increasing the weight 8 times.
By 8. Yeah.
Yeah, and weight. So when you think about the physics of that, I'm gonna actually say that it's not gonna double the damage, but I'll say that it adds an additional 2d8 to the dart.
So essentially, I can, if we time this right, it can upcast catapult while using a lower spell slot because we're both expending.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Nice. May come in handy. Let's try it. It's fun. We're in a safe space. Safe.
I mean, we're experimenting with spells. There's nothing really safe at this point.
Yeah.
That is true. All right.
So speaking of experimenting, does while they're monkeying with this stuff and you were in that large size, did you want to do some practice swings with the sword?
No.
He's like, come on, just a couple. It'll be fun. You can
You're really
just swing, please.
I really am.
Please.
Nope. As soon as you learn to be quiet and speak when spoken to.
Please.
And then I just let myself be reduced.
We're gonna have to work on that. He says to you.
Was Raven's Edge conversation only in her head, or was that out loud?
This particular one was only in her head this time.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
But then after she reduces in size, then later on he's like, oh, you guys all hear in your head, not out loud this time, but in your head you all hear, man, oh, she really is, the definition of Dommy Mommy, isn't she? I like what you all did there. That was pretty good.
God damn it, it's in my head. You know what?
Just for BT, what was the weight you could catapult again?
So first level is up to 5 pounds. Because technically it's 1 to 5, but we've retooled it to allow me to throw darts for the thing. So I would say up to 5 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then for every level afterwards, the weight increases by 5. So I could technically catapult anything up to 10 pounds, but that uses a second level spell.
How much does the sword weigh?
Average long. So this is a unique artifact. So it's going to be well balanced. And typical long swords are roughly 3 pounds. So yeah, I would say it's 3 pounds in its base weight.
I hate both of you.
Merrik hadn't really thought of it. Fate has thought of it. I've talked with Druid about I wonder if Raven's Edge would be, or if Thyra would be down for Merrik to yeet Raven's Edge when she's pissed at him. Like, all right, fine, go. And I just catapults that shit. Because it's indestructible, so he won't take any damage.
That's true.
And it's blunt force, and it doesn't matter if it has no edge because it still does the bludgeoning damage from the spell.
Absolutely, it's like a railgun. Yeah.
Sindri has a different idea of we're not going to use the enlarge as it fires. We're going to use enlarge when it's stuck inside the object.
So Raven's Edge
So
asks, wait a minute, are you
stab.
saying when Thyra sticks me in somebody, you know, when I come get some, you're gonna make me bigger while I'm already in there?
I hate to say it, but yes.
Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty tasty. I like
If you
Which would mean
question,
not only would the wound double in size, the weight of the sword would then become 8 times heavier, and that would make the sword potentially drop through whatever it's
Yeah, so
stuck
what I
in.
would rule in that regard is that
If the sword could survive it.
So, you know, I'm gonna rule that that you know, if you guys do that, it's not gonna be like a massively cool effect, but it would effectively do 2 things. I would say that it would just do an extra D6 of damage. Actually, no, never mind, an extra D8 of damage. But it would also inflict wounding, which means that they have a 1 wounding on them, which means that they're gonna lose a hit point every round unless they get a heal spell of some kind on themselves.
would it effectively turn Raven's Edge from a longsword into a great sword?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess actually it would be well, but it'd be a little bit bigger and heavier than that. That's why I said 2d8 instead of
It's a
imagine-
lot
2d6.
heavier than that.
Yeah, imagine Thyra going giant form on her own, and then Sindri casting enlarge on Raven's Edge, and now it's a, you know, think about spatial and size.
The
And
already
now she's-
super, the already enlarged sword,
And then-
getting enlarged when it's in something.
So you're just making Guts' great sword beautiful. With an
Yeah,
attitude.
she could technically use it as a greatsword at that point then.
Even though I
But
know
to do
you're
that, she'd have to
sword
drop her
board, but-
shield. But yeah.
Contextual context matters.
Oh yeah, it depends on the situation.
Yeah.
There might be times when you guys want to do that.
Cool.
That's the whole
So,
point of
Sindri-
coming up with these kinds of interesting.
Are you ready to try the spell, man? We got excited on other things.
Sorry, I did get a little distracted while we were thinking the physics of this.
Yes. Ready when you are.
Are you okay, Druid?
Yeah.
So I will ready my action to enlarge. I'm as ready as I'm ever gonna be.
All right.
Hopefully this will work, and if not, we'll have to.
So you
try
guys
again
are gonna practice
tomorrow.
this against one of the training dummies?
Oh yeah. I'm not
Okay.
rising against anybody. Cool. Not yet. Yeah. So then I was like, all right. And instead of being super flourishy for the context of practicing this context, I'm gonna keep it very. Merrick's gonna keep it very simple.
Right. Just you're straight up
so
martial
he's-
arts.
He's like, yeah, okay, ready? He's got the dart. He's like, all right, ready, and go. And he catches it up,
Roll,
and then
roll your reflex save there, BT.
Is it just a straight dex?
No, it's a reflex saving throw.
so dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
dex.
Thank you. Dexterity saving throw. Yeah.
I just need to check. Hold on. Nope. So that's a 19.
Oh yeah. The DC is a 15. So you successfully enlarge the dart in midair at the right as he starts his spell. Your spell goes off, makes it bigger. It suddenly goes. It grows as it's moving, gets bigger,
So
and it
that
just
would
just obliterates the training dummy.
I'm gonna roll the dice because I want to see how
Yeah,
that
you
goes.
want to see the damage. Roll 5d8.
5d8. Well, you know, just to see what it actually
Yeah.
does because
And it
you know,
doesn't get a
yeah.
reflex save because it's a training dummy. So
Yeah.
roll it.
Oh, thank you. 8, 16. Oh, 20. 20 damage.
Damn. Yeah, like I said, you just utterly destroy the training dummy. While you guys are practicing this, Raven's Edge in the heads of both Shae and Thyra says, "Hey, since these guys are getting in on some training and stuff, maybe we should do something. I got some idea. You up for an idea for some tactics there, Thyra?"
What does the definition of speak when spoken to mean?
Hey, I'm a person. I should be able to talk when I want to. I'm trying to be helpful. You don't gotta be mean to me all the time. Now you gotta roll a will off.
I actually want the sword to win this one.
It's probably going to. 9.
Yeah, I got a total of a 20. This time you're feeling like you feel kind of somehow or another you kind of feel this kind of urge to try out what it's talking about. Like, all right, let's get fired up for some combat. It almost feels like a controlled burn of a berserker rage that suddenly overwhelms you. And it's like, whew, you feel like this could be a light form of something in the future, but you're not sure. But you definitely feel compelled to try it.
Does Shae notice this? Looking at Miss Thyra?
I mean, it's something that she's feeling internally.
Oh, okay.
She just kind of looks like she's kind of, shaking and eyes go wide for a bit.
She picks up Milo. She starts to back away.
And then Raven's Edge in your guys' head says, "Oh, you don't got to worry. I'm just gonna say, when you guys are in the big form, she has reach. She can get good at that. You being the dual wielder, she can control the battlefield really good, and you can get in behind people better and control that flanking stuff. After lots of experience with other warriors in the past, I've seen them do this. Usually it's happening to them, but just thought I would share it. And, of course, we can just, go have a party. That's fine, too. Whatever you guys want. I'm done."
Was there anything you wanted to practice, Shae?
Shae can just go up to a dummy and just go smack all the time. Get more confident with her weapons.
You want to spar?
Oh, dang. Don't kill me.
I will.
All right. So you guys gonna spar?
Yes.
All right. You guys spend time sparring. Was there any other combos or discussions or role playing you guys wanted to do before you hit the hay for tonight?
I could just hear
Sindri
Miss
has a
Thyra going,
couple of things he
"Footwork,
wants to
Shae.
show."
I've told you about footwork how many times?"
Yeah, Sindri's got a couple of things he wants to show Merrik.
Ooh.
Yep.
So, Merrik, I've also, similar to your kind of flair that I've seen you put on, where you can not make any movement or things and just cast a spell.
Right.
As in, you're the silence one, don't you?
Oh, the subtle spell. Okay. Yeah.
I can also do this. Picks up his staff and swishes it towards 2 of the targets, and he uses twin spell on. What's it freaking called? Firebolt to send it up to 2 targets at once with my 1 remaining sorcery point.
Nice.
And I also learned something from you. I can't exactly learn things the way you do, but for some reason I have managed to pick this up. And he casts Magic Missile as well on a couple of the targets.
Yeah, it's quite. Yes, this one is it is a staple for a lot of wizards, as you can now see why we like it. It just works, man.
It definitely seems like it's going to be useful.
Yes. Yes. It is a very nice thing. I've used it plenty. Yeah, I didn't think that it would work against Sakana, but I'm glad it caught him off guard. But yes.
All right, you guys feel like any other kind of tactics and stuff that you want to share, you can do off stream, or I mean, I don't mind if you want to practice that. It's up to you guys. Is there anything that Thyra wants to actually do as far as you went out to you during some sparring? You want to show off any of your abilities so that these folks know what you can do?
I showed off the one.
The one? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Do they know what your runes can do?
I don't even think Thyra really knows what they do, so not until. Yeah.
All right. So you're waiting to use them in actual combat.
Correct.
Okay. Do we need to take a break?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Everyone, we're gonna take a break. Appreciate you all. I know it's a little bit early. No, this is right about on time. And we'll leave you with the intermission screen, and we'll be right back. Enjoy the montage.
Enjoy the montage.
It's gonna be a montage.
Over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason. My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch.
Oh.
Hamster's pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Are you sure they're squirrels, Stormy?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate stream?
I'm pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a.
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound. But you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the the cliffhanger had begun. I don't know. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're going.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dance. Here we go.
Oh man.
Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
Oh.
I'm still doing it wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take it away there. It's StormyD.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And we're gonna add cinnamon and a little
The
extra
character, she wants pancakes now. Thank you.
There's only one way I'll accept pancakes. Stormer's got to wear the outfit. It's canon. It's the only way I think any one of us can enjoy them.
Later. You soon? So, you guys find yourself that evening dabbing at the inn. No. You find
That
yourselves.
is what Emmeline is doing. She's
Yeah.
dabbing from side to side on the stage.
Oh, he's pretty cool.
Okay.
My Chonkapillar.
Chonkapillar's ass liked him.
The butt.
Chonka butter.
It's a little tiny, like, excellent.
A little anime X for his little bunghole.
The ability to control those undead.
Oh, that's right, because you did that before Bunky
Yeah.
inseminated us.
Alright, and the Bob Ross moment has ended.
Eating my butt, freaking chair. And that deep-throated person over there, the one with the green hair, just kidding.
We were going down ha-ha.
Oh, I didn't mean like that deep. I meant like deep-sounding voice. Oops.
deep what?
He's got a deep voice, guys. That's what I was trying to say. It's true.
Yeah.
Do you have a very deep voice?
I know I do.
It doesn't frustrate you because it's something you can focus your mind on and to help you. I'm going to use the P word, to help you process what you went through. Are you clipping it?
Everyone, get some rest. We'll discuss this later, after I've had some time to think.
It's
And
a lot
process.
to process.
Everything.
Got 3 good clips so far. I'm processing the rest. What a dick! You snuck it in there. You got me to say it. Looks like you have a question, Fern.
Is it the same color, the same blue glow?
Yes.
Now, I think if you scroll over their picture on Discord.
Oh, it's only over your own picture. You see it on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
This is the most unconventional D&D stream on Twitch.
The mouse.
How to distract the streamers? Mouse. Oh, he's like my perfect kind of weird. I really like him. I feel like he's the kind of person that would tell Guar it's okay to pee on the tree. And that feels very important to me for some reason.
My hair is so heavy today.
Well, you did wash it. It's full of water.
I know.
So stretch, right? Stretch, 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 stretch.
Oh.
Spencer's pose.
Oh, okay, now you're showing off. Don't do that. I can't touch my toes.
That is, she can do standing mermaid on one side.
Oh, standing mermaid? Let's see if I can do it in jeans.
Okay.
Foot into elbow. Connect the fingers.
Quick save, quick.
Okay, cool.
It also sometimes does this sound, this random thing. It just happens from time to time. I think it has to do with some sort of decondensation or something. I don't know. It's really weird. But I swear to God, it sounds like an army of masturbating gnomes.
Are you sure they have squirrels, Stormy?
What?
Are you sure they're not masturbating squirrels?
No, I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
my
they're.
affiliate
I'm
stream?
pretty sure they're no.
You know, just a.
It does. It's just this sound. It's this weird sound. But you've proven time and again that your eccentricities are beneficial to not only yourselves, but to the guild and to the land in general. So.
We are so special that he pulled out the dictionary for us. He used big words.
And the day had come. The party was ready to begin their fights in the arena against the number 2 ranked guild. Here they are, up against them. The name, the Loam Riders. Will they defeat them? Will they be beaten by them? And such it went. The battle began. It looked like it was fairly even, but it was not. Soon, 2 party members were down, and the cliffhanger had begun. And you guys are awesome.
Fight me. Let's go.
All right, we're going.
I did it too.
You did it too. Yeah. We're gonna go chat dance. Here we go.
Oh, man.
Kids like. To me, is this wonderful? Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you do it? I screwed it up. I can't. Oh yeah, it's this way.
It's called the dab. You need to do it correctly.
Oh.
I'm still doing it wrong.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you take it away there. It's Starkitty.
You forgot to hit play.
Okay.
And we're
Character
gonna add
walking.
cinnamon.
Hi guys. We're
Never
Hi,
gonna
BT.
happen, no.
We're all starting to filter back in. I figure we could talk to chat for a little while we wait for the other folks.
I actually have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Just for a bit of flavor to add to Misty Step.
Uh-huh.
Could we change how it looks? Just for literally nothing's changing other than how it would look.
Well, first off, tell me how you think it looks, and then tell me how you want it to look.
Well, going off what I'm just basically reading it straight off
Hi, Spiper.
the spell. So give me a second.
Know me, old sir.
Misty Step gone.
Zombie bites.
Second level. Misty Step. Briefly surrounded by a silvery mist, you can teleport up to 30 feet. So I'm imagining that mist would come out of my staff, or well, my spell focus, almost envelop me, and then I would ping somewhere else, or the mist itself would move to that spot, and then I would appear at that spot in the mist. That's what I was thinking it would look like.
Okay.
Could I, just because of the dragon origin, could we swap it from a mist to a flame?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. Hey, goblins and warlocks, like, 100%. Yeah, I would say for you, Did I forget this? Merrik, he also has it, right?
Merrik does have Misty Step, yes.
And his could be a little bit different. So yeah, I'd be fine to saying that it's still sort of a misty effect, right? But it's a it's a kind of a plasma. For you, it's a fiery red, orange, yellow plasma flash.
So my idea of it would be, I'd cast it, and it'd almost like swirl around me. And once it had like enveloped the full length of me, you'd then see it swirl off in a line to the place where I was gonna go.
Right.
And then the same thing had happened, but in reverse.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit over the top because the problem is it has to happen in basically like a 1 second period of time. Like you use Misty Step as a bonus action.
If you think how quickly a flame goes, though, it is really quick.
Do what?
If you think how fast a flame does flicker up.
No, yeah, you're
so
right.
you could just have it as it just flares up.
Right. I'm just saying that it just kind of visually. Someone would have to like slow down the camera to be able to see that go. But we can say that like, you can almost see it doing like you said, either up or down with the fiery spiral, and it looks like plasma as it kind of sparks, and then it does the same thing in reverse. Like you said, if you want to go down when you teleport, and then up or not, it's like a little mini quick teleport. So yeah, I'm down for that. That seems fine.
I just figured it fits a bit better with the sorcery origin of mine rather than having a mist.
Absolutely, your character's kind of got this fire dragon focus for sure, and it fits. And remind me, we'll talk to Fate when he gets back and suggest something similar, only maybe an element that he wants more. Yeah.
Normally, I'd have probably left it as it was. It was just because we both have it. I figured, let's make it a bit different because we've both got two different ways of casting spells.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that in the context of this universe that we're building together, you will have picked up and learned from him not just spells or ideas of spells, but techniques, right? And so you like, he's a unique kind of person in the universe, and you're a unique kind of person in the universe, and you're going to pick up off of each other. And so you're going to have more of your own kind of personalized version of these spells versus anybody else that you might run into. And I like that a lot. I think it's awesome.
Spell reflects the caster.
Oh. As well, at some point, I want to have a discussion with you about what spells I can and can't twin.
You can and can't what? Twin?
Twin.
And let me look at how it works. I'm pretty sure it's just cantrips, but I could be wrong.
Spells and cantrips. Cantrips takes 1 sorcery point, and spells take 2.
Okay, I see how that works. All right, let me find it.
Because I did have a quick search before we actually went live today, and I couldn't find anything.
So then, I guess,
definitive.
what's your question? Does it not like?
It's basically, what would you allow me to twin?
Well, you can twin anything you want. There's some spells.
One out of each hand in different directions.
So you can twin anything that you want, but some spells it won't matter. Like twinning won't make it. It will be a bad idea, right? It'd be a wasted spell of the sorcery points. So. When you cast a spell that targets only one creature. So first off, it specifically states that it's a spell that must target one creature and doesn't have a range of self. You can spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level to target a second creature in range with the same spell. So
a first level and a cantrip casts 1 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 sorcery point if the spell is a cantrip. To be eligible, a spell must be incapable of targeting more than one creature at the spell's current level. So, for example, you can't twin a magic missile because magic missile already targets multiples.
Yeah.
And it even use that. And Scorching Ray is another one that's not eligible. But Ray of Frost and Chromatic Orb are eligible.
Yeah, I'd seen somewhere as
hey
well.
Guys. Never mind.
What was it called?
We were talking
Shocking
about.
grasp is also one.
You have a question. Just remind me that BT had a great idea that he wants to do for his character, and I think it would be great for your character too. But what was your question you were going to ask?
Me?
Yeah,
But he
you
was
had your hand
waving.
up.
Oh no, yeah, I waved first, and then I did have a question, and then I realized in my brain before I even answered it, never mind.
Okay.
Because twin spell is whenever Sindri casts a spell. I was about to be like, could Sindri twin spell like? And I was like, no, that's not how that works. Never mind. My brain went ahead because I mean that'd be kind of cool when Sindri goes, I'm gonna twin cast your spell, bitch. But it doesn't work that way in context. And I was like, yeah, nope, never mind.
Like for example, his catapult spell would be a really interesting one to twin because it does target a single target. So, at any rate, so what BT wanted to know if it's okay to do, and I said yes. He's going to basically have his Misty. He's kind of learned from you, watching you, that you have your own kind of creative flair with your spells. Now he obviously isn't the martial arts master that you are with spells, but he still has started. It's awakened his kind of creative flair, and so thematically, since he's kind of a dragon fire focused sork, he wants his Misty Step, instead of being like a puff of misty smoke, it's this sort of I think he said a flourish of like fiery plasma that kind of goes down, and then when he comes into the other spot, it kind of comes up, and it's all instantaneous, super quick, right? And so since he's going to do that, we were like, you know, want to talk to you. Maybe you want to do the same thing. It could be like lightning or something. Like you go. Since you were thinking about going more.
Strikes you and then strikes somewhere else.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. I actually was kind of envisioning Misty Step working very similar to visually and auditory, very similar to Nightcrawler from X-Men, where it's like that. Yeah, like it has like a.
If that's
like
the
a
way
vacuum.
you envision it and you want it for your character, that's perfectly cool. I like it.
So there's like a vacuum pop. I think would be kind of cool. I will say, though, we didn't RP it during that practice, because I would have worked with Misty Step. One of the things that Merrik would have done is started running, and then does like a hop jump, like not actually like jumping, like to try to do like the jump action, but like as he's moving, he like hops up like a crow hop, and then Misty Steps, and as he's spinning, so he Misty Steps and turns, and he's facing 180 as one of the things. So he's like jumping behind a target.
Oh, I love it.
And then
it's awesome.
Yeah,
You
even though
okay,
I know
Druid?
technically it wouldn't.
Sorry, I'm talking to Mrs. Lynn.
Oh, about Brand.
Yeah.
Don't find
he's just-
me.
But yeah, no. So I was kind of looking at Misty Step rather than just being from stationary position and just warping. That Merrik would probably try to use it in motion because he's like, I want to move this direction, so I'm moving this way quickly, and then snap, pop, and there he is, landing.
I like it. I like that's cool. Make sure that you know, when we're in combat and stuff, you remind me so that I can, you know, we can describe that together. Okay.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely.
Um,
I know technically attacking an enemy from behind doesn't give him disadvantage on anything because, you know, Misty Stepping and catapulting something would be kind of cool. But I know mechanically in the game that's not how it works, but like mentally I'm just like, it's going to catch him off guard, right? So
I mean, it does.
anyways.
Like mechanically, you know, the Misty Step can definitely. I mean, you're suddenly in a different tactical position than you were before. Absolutely. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
And isn't it a Misty Step? It doesn't unoccupied space that you can see. So question real quick on mechanics. If I was visually seeing through Echo, and Echo was around a corner, and it's still within range and distance of Misty Step, would I be able to Misty Step from where I can see from Echo?
Let me read let me read the spell. It says up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. So as long as it's within 30 feet of where your current position is, I don't see why the thing is though, that would mean you would have to take the time of that, because I think we decided that for you to focus on seeing through him, you have to take your action to do that. So it would waste one turn.
But yeah, Misty Step is a bonus action. Yeah.
No, true. Misty Step's the bonus action, but for you to focus your vision through through Echo isn't a bonus action.
Yeah,
it's
it would probably be a multi-turn setup. It would probably be in the context of starting in that space with viewing through Echo, and as he's moving, as he's practiced. But when that kind of thing becomes apparent, not to say that it would or wouldn't be, but until that situation arises in game, we'll properly address it then.
Sorry, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Can we get a silencer for the fringe?
A silencer for the what?
It's just because all I could see was your fringe.
Oh.
I have to push my keyboard back so I
she
can.
has space.
So I have space for my dice and pens and notebooks.
Clickety clacks.
So we're talking about Bramble.
Clickety clacks. Don't type back.
I just couldn't resist picking on you again.
All right.
All right, cool. Well, since we're done with our break, if there isn't anything else anybody else wanted to say to chat, we're gonna jump back to it. That's pretty
hello?
cool. I like it. Zombie bites. What? Just
That's
randomly, tons of heck off BTs from Zombie Bites.
No, it was for picking on me.
We love you, Zombie Bites and Mr. H. You're amazing. Thank you.
Although she admitted she loves getting picked on.
I do.
Yeah.
It makes me not like it anymore.
Sorry.
I do. I like to be picked on by my friends.
All right. So let's jump to it.
Let me chat.
Now.
Now I want to play Bramble again.
Do it. No death run.
We're playing this now, though. Sorry, just kidding. Time to get in character, you guys. So I think if it's cool with you guys, we'll just say you guys did your training and your dinner that night and rested and slept pretty well because you all did your own training on your own, right? It was a big deal. And you all feel like you're getting used to these abilities. And you're looking forward to testing them in the real arena of life at some point. Hopefully, if you can ever get out of this weird place. I'm just going to exposition and the morning comes. And just as usual, at breakfast, you all are eating breakfast, getting nervous because you're just eating breakfast by yourselves. However, I'm lighting across the floor from out of the darkness of one of the hallways comes this spooky Mr. Abenaki with the dark purple cloak and the black wrapped body and the black crown. And he sits next to you guys and says, "How do you all feel?"
Well, to be honest, I feel like I'm as gracious as you have been with us here. I am a little stir crazy, to be honest with you.
Yes.
No, of course.
It has been
Expect
quite
no
the
less.
experience.
How do you
Now
feel
imagine.
about your abilities?
Oh. It's cool. Never felt stronger. I mean, not as strong as Thyra, but I mean, you've seen the size of her biceps.
Shae.
Not as strong as the new
Just peeling
supersized
food off
theory,
her plate and putting it in front of Milo.
So I missed what? Would you say, BT?
I just said that not as strong as the supersized theory, definitely.
That was quite an interesting tactic and stratagem that you have worked out. Indeed.
See, I told you he could see.
You will find
I
interesting successes with that, I'm sure. Be careful.
Oh my God, it's a raid.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you for the raid, raiders. Hello.
Grim.
It's Grim.
Grim. Expect one
That
from
means there's
Kieran
going to
as
be another
well.
very short.
Double raid.
Hello, Grim. How you doing? Welcome in.
Hello,
Thank
Grim.
you. What
Shout
an
out to
honor.
Grim.
Can we get a shout out for Grim?
Yeah.
I'm
Do
doing
right
it right now.
Thank you.
BT's already on it.
Thank you.
Oh, you were thieving the seas. How was it?
Heck yeah. That's awesome.
What?
I just, harkening back to BT this morning, we realized that it did just drop on the PS5, so it's new to a handful of people, or at least different access.
Mhm.
They're like, why is everyone playing Sea of Thieves? I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's the first one I ever played on stream, but that's and then we realized
There he is.
it is a fantastic game. I love it. Oh,
Hello, Lord Kieran.
Aaron Chicago.
Mosquito.
I mean, but hello.
Greetings, grumpy old bastard.
Father time.
Thank you so much for coming in, Grim and Kieran Chicago. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Good evening to you
BT,
all.
please do yogas. Yeah, let me just fix my spine and I'll get on that straight away.
All right.
Not
So,
gonna lie, I attempted the standing mermaid because of your club.
hello me. Hello.
Those banana peels.
No, BT, do not try standing mermaid, please.
Oh, I did. I definitely attempted it. The floor tasted perfect.
My stress level just went through the roof.
How did the carpet taste?
Huh?
I asked BT how the carpet tasted.
It was a rug.
Oh.
Anyways, we're about to get a lord up.
In and out.
What an entrance for you guys. All right.
Welcome.
So we're gonna get back into the roleplay. Thanks for bringing
Yes,
your folks
thank-
over, guys. We'll
Thank
take
you
care
for
of
the
it,
raids, Kieran and Grim. It's good to see you.
as
both.
always. Guys, go check out both of those streamers, Master Helldivers, and apparently pirates on the Sea of Thieves too. So, okie dokie. So,
Liberty and spilling the tea.
Mr. Abenaki says,
Shae, have you been spending time with your new friend? Do you feel confident you can take care of it?
I think Milo's gonna take better care of me, but I can try.
That is a good answer. I have a gift for you here.
he suddenly just popping out of his hand as if he's just like carrying it, and it just magically pops out, puts on the table a harness that looks like it can be attached to kind of any armor that you might wear. It's a front harness.
He says it is mildly enchanted. It will basically allow you to use the quick draw feat at the beginning of any combat encounter. Because I know that you probably want to carry your kitty on the front.
Shae is looking at it.
When you wear this and you get into combat, you just basically want to use its special quick draw ability, and your little friend won't be a shield for your chest anymore. He will fall onto the ground and be able to run around in combat and avoid getting hurt and whatever else he might be capable of in the future.
Thank you. How do I wear it? I've never seen anything like this before.
It's not lingerie. I'm sure Thyra will be able to help you figure it out.
Shae looks over at Miss Thyra. Have you seen something like this?
No. But I'm sure we... Does it belong on... Wait. It gets put on the dragon cat, right?
Yeah.
For
The
its
idea
protection.
is that this harness attaches to her armor, right?
Out of
Or
character.
any armor that she wears.
Out of
And-
character. It's a
That
baby
was-
carrier.
that
It's a
was
baby carrier for
player.
the kitty, so that she
Yeah,
doesn't
okay.
have. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was player just like, wait. I don't think I actually understand what this thing is. Okay, thank you.
They report like trauma plates for a plate carrier. Just shh. That's for you.
Okay, got it.
God, putting that back on is all.
Yes, I'm sure I could help you figure it out.
Puts it down on the table. Thank you, Miss Thyra. Thank you, Mr. Abe.
You're quite welcome.
She goes back to peeling food and feeding Milo.
Yeah.
Sindri, how about you? Do you feel more confident in your capabilities now?
I definitely have more control over them, that's for sure.
Merrik,
And I've definitely learned to not try and emulate Merrik's flair too much. I get caught up
Well.
in my cape a bit too much.
there's nothing wrong
okay.
with personalizing the things that you do in life. You're doing well. Merrik, what do you think of your new capabilities?
Well, I knew in time my strength would grow. I mean, I've understood that. It's new to me, but I think I'm handling it quite well.
Very good.
I didn't expect the Misty Step to kind of churn my guts as much as they do, but I'm getting better with it. You know, it unlike my other spells, most things don't affect me in that way, so it's new. But otherwise, quite enlightening.
Yes, I'm confident that it's understandable that biological creatures might get a bit queasy from that spell. Lady Thyra, you seem quite more capable now. Have you come to some understanding with your pet?
I'm sure with time.
Will the scabbard be useful for you?
Yes, absolutely. And it is a gracious gift.
You're welcome. I'm sure I've kept you waiting long enough, and you want
Absolutely.
to know answers. And I made a promise to you that when I returned, I
Which you
would
kept.
give you those
And I
answers.
appreciate.
Well, here we are. As I teased with you last week, what are we laughing at?
BT and I both at the same time were like,
Floor drop,
Like,
floor
I'd be
drop.
curious if that was
everybody
the
get
split second.
it
Do you-
was way too on point.
Was it a lore drop dance? Because that's what Starkitty was doing here just now.
Floor drop, floor
Mine
drop.
was just a
Everybody
wiggle.
get your notebooks.
It is definitely going to be a big lore drop, so get your notes ready.
It went from here, my notebook here, where I keep track of
Things.
initiative, to this is now lore drop time. With my lore drop pen.
So I have much information to provide to you. First off, before I say anything, I ask that you let me explain everything first because it might answer some of your questions. However, at the end, if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them for you. Also, I must share that when we are done with this breakfast and this conversation, we will be going to the front door of the mansion. It will be
Finally.
time for you to leave. Very good.
Actually, what was the first thing that I said? There was something I lost my train of thought there.
Yeah, okay. As I hinted at previously, you all have understood that you come from 4 different worlds. But there is a 5th world that you are even more unknown of. 5th world is called Progentica. And it's quite a bit different than you're used to. It's a world that has existed a lot longer than your worlds and has advanced much faster with magical technology than the other realms of the lattice. It is called the core world. The other worlds are referred to as the lower lattice or Barbary worlds. To give you context, I will re-explain the realmverse for you one more time. You live in a realmverse called the Mind Song Lattice, or just the Lattice for short. It is like a matrix of realms overlapping in a lattice structure. The Primus plane is the planetary realms, physical materiality. This includes all 5 worlds, Progentica and your worlds. The transitive plane are the supernal firmament. Add a character, it's like the astral plane. The ephemeral interval, like the ethereal plane. And I'll pause there because I'm sure some folks are needing to catch up, right?
Thank you.
And if you need help with
Infernal
spelling, I will help.
Honestly, there's scribbles at this point. What? Infernal what?
So you have the supernal firmament and the ephemeral interval. That's EPHEMERAL. And then the word interval.
Moving on. The inner planes are the elemental planes, the earth, fire, water, air stratum. That's what they are called. The outer planes currently have no way to travel there from within the lattice, at least as far as most people know. However, sometimes some of the beings from those realms filter into the lattice. The 2 outer planes are the Chaos Gap, which is where the demons hail from, and the Empyrean Omega. Even on Progentica, that is a mythical place. There are very little evidence that it actually exists or any beings exist from it. But I want you all to be very careful about this. Your friend Thyra is technically evidence of the Empyrean Omega. So you must protect her identity at all costs. Your conversation where you came to the conclusion that she may be an Asimar, which is a descendant of a celestial angelic being, was accurate and true. I know and understand, Thyra, that in your background, your family has never told you of such things. I'm sure you just assumed that the growths on your back and your unusual visage was simply the effects of a different birth, as all beings have different things. So perhaps you assumed that the growths on your back were simply a character, what's it called when you have a birth defect or something. But they are not defects. They are the vestiges of your ancestral heritage. And to be clear, I understand this might be confusing and frustrating for you. You may want to speak to your family about this. And I respect that at some point you want to go back to those worlds to visit your family. And you should do that when you are ready and when it's possible. However, even if you have that conversation with them, and I don't know this for sure, but it's possible they did not know of your heritage. Because what has awakened in you is a genetic anomaly that has occurred because of your ancestry. So it basically is a kind of thing that skips generations. So they may not even know that they have celestial blood in their ancestry. Now, again, if you have questions, write them down and ask at the end. Now I will share a little bit about the fifth world of Progentica. As I explained, it's very different than you can imagine in so many ways. It is much more advanced architecturally and magically, technologically. However, it is also very quite different. Let me explain. On Progentica, there are basically the Dragon Guild Masters. Guild is not quite the right word, but I'm gonna use language that makes sense to you from the world that you are from. Once you are there, you will learn different terms, and it will make more sense. These Guild Masters, these Dragon Guild Masters of Progentica, are the last dragons. The world is basically an oligarchy run by 5 merchant ultra guilds. 4 of these guilds are owned or founded by ancient dragons who left their lower lattice worlds long ago, including 2 who are the lost dragons of Hontholm. To give you some context, Progentica is also much more populous than you can imagine. Mr. Merrik comes from the most populous of the 4 lower lattice Barbary worlds. Valion, across the entire planet, has a population of 3 million souls. Arathia, which is where our good friend Sindri hails from, is 1 million across the globe. Borea is a much smaller planet, and its total population is 400,000. Hontholm used to have a lot higher. Let me make this clear. This is living people. Hontholm used to have a population that was much higher, in fact, higher than Valion in its ancient days. But currently, it only has about 100,000 living souls. Progentica has just over 1 billion living people on the planet.
That was Druid.
It's cool. The primary unique quality of Progentica is that although magic technology exists and is much more advanced, people who can use magic do not exist, for the most part. However, there are a minuscule percentage of people from Progentica who have been born with the world transport power that you all now possess, and other unique abilities. Be clear, the average people, vast, roughly 99% of the billion people that live on Progentica will never be able to gain the physical capabilities to the extent that you have, on top of the fact that you all have the realm hopping power. Those who have this, the ability to do the world transport, and other unique abilities like magic and enhanced physicality, they're called realm runners or gate heroes, or sometimes just runners for short. They usually perform missions into the lower lattice Barbary worlds on behalf of various organizations as employees or contract freelancers. Some of them are hailed as superheroes of the world of Progentica. Only the rare ones who have earned, excuse me, sorry, snack coming back up. Only the rare ones who have earned their provincial RR public status license are able to be hailed and known in the world of Progentica. They are venerated and lifted up as celebrities in Progentica. But for those who have not earned that special license status in the world of Progentica, it is forbidden to share that you have the realm hopping power until you have earned their license. Why am I speaking of these things? Well, let me continue. As far as you know, here is where it really gets unusual. Referring to you all, having found you floating through the through the supernal firmament. It was quite a shock when you all floated into my world. And as I shared with you before, I was worried that you were some sort of dangerous life form or plant. There's so many things that it could be, but I believe that you all are simply some type of cosmic anomaly. And I will be researching the origins of that anomaly even further and hope to give you more information one day. But what I do know is this. You all are the first and only beings from within the lower lattice to ever gain the ability to travel out of it. Because this is so rare and potentially history-making, I suggest you keep it a secret. I have secured fake IDs for each of you for the world of Progentica. Because of your abilities, you should register with the Bureau of Realm Travel Authority on Progentica and start to take on various mercenary jobs as runners to try to test your ability to travel back to your worlds. The Ultra Guilds fund realm running for various reasons, including rare metal extraction, rare magic item and artifacts acquisition, population control of dangerous monsters, and various other reasons. The existence of Progentica is kept secret from the Barbary worlds, except for a few key people in leadership positions. It's another very important thing to take note of. Realm runners can only stay in the lower lattice world for limited periods of time. The more powerful they become, the longer they can stay. Obviously, you all are a bit unique and different. I suspect, but do not know for sure, that should you travel to your own world, you will be able to stay there, if not permanently, at least longer than the rest of the team would be able to. And I'm going to say this in his character's voice, but I'm giving you mechanics, so it makes sense. You will be able to stay in when you travel to one of the lower lattice worlds. You will be able to stay a number of days equal to 3 times your proficiency bonus. When that time is up, you are automatically jolted back to Progentica. To be able to travel requires one of the devices, similar devices that you all found on your worlds. And these are only controlled by the Ultra Guilds for when they hire realm runners to travel to the other worlds. As I said, it's possible that you will be able to stay longer or even permanently in your own individual worlds, and you should experiment with this. Once you go to Progentica, I have information I will give you. I have already arranged a contact of a person that I have worked with in the past who is known as a fixer. This one's name is Elijah Grimbane. He is one of the few freelance fixers left who has not been absorbed or sponsored by any of the Ultra Guilds. He is a retired Realm Runner adventurer himself. He owns a bar called Malden's Pit in the Rock Creek district of the capital city of Grand Delphia. Sorry. Wow, where'd that come from?
Probably all the dust in your cloak, man.
It's just like...
You need a cough drop?
No, I'm okay. Did you need me to restate those so you can write them down, or are you guys good?
I have Elijah Grimbane, last freelancer fixer, Moldus Pit?
Malden's
Capital.
Pit. M-U-L-D-E-N. Malden's Pit. And it's Rock Creek District in the capital city of Grand Delphia. Roll for the breathing skill. Sorry, I saw somebody in chat. You ought to seek him out, and he will share more details about the world and how you can register with the BRTA. One last thing that I want to tell you, it's quite important. You should not share my name or describe your experiences in this pocket dimension, as it might hinder your reputation and efforts. Feel free to research me if you wish for more info, but be sure to do it discreetly and or covertly. I'm confident that one day we will meet again. I look forward to seeing your progress. Do you have any questions before we finish breakfast and shuffle off to the front door?
Well, I'm sure a lot of us will have questions after we leave here. It is quite a bit to process. If we need to get a hold of you, for whatever reason, how?
Well, unfortunately, this is one of those situations where at this point, after I've guided you to this point, we will meet again, I'm sure of it. But it is time for me to let the birdies fly on their own. And so there won't be a way for you to contact me. I'm sure we will meet again. And if you have questions at that time that have not been answered by you figuring it out, then I will answer them.
I have another question.
Of course.
Your friend that owns the bar,
Grimbane.
you say we're not to really talk about you. I'm sure he is the only one we could talk to about you in any general context.
Well, to be clear, I don't want you to talk to him about my name or your experiences here or describe me to him, because the way that I have communicated with him is through proxy.
Fair. Okay. So he is aware that we will be coming.
Yes.
Got it. Does he know our names?
Yes. And
Our
your
real
descriptions.
names or whatever you decided our names are?
No, I have not decided on them yet. They have not been... I've secured identities for you, but I've done it in a way that magically we can decide them at the time that you want. You have a question there, of course.
Why must we do it this way?
What do you mean?
Why do we have to go to this unknown planet?
Progentica is the only place that has the devices that will allow you to practice your realm hopping ability to be able to go back to your world. It's also possible that when you encountered those devices on your own world, it altered your physiology. As I explained, it's possible you may not be able to stay in your own world permanently. I do not know yet. In other words, it's as if your bodies may have become anchored to Progentica.
So essentially, this is all theoretical then.
True. That is true. You have
So
to
is this all
experiment on
just-
your own. Oh, I interrupted you. I'm sorry, Barry.
So, is this just a ploy to get us back to our homeworlds, or is there a grander design? Like, I understand you want us to, or are requesting us, to join a guild or of some sort and make it back to our worlds, but why are we doing such, other than to return home?
Well, shouldn't you answer that for yourselves? I can't answer for you.
So you're sending us, in our context, to an unknown place to discover unknown things on a whim.
Not a whim. I'm offering it as
Well-
a gesture. I have not the capability to personally get you back to your world. If you do not want to
That
go back to
answers-
your world, then you let me know what you would like to do. I'm trying to offer you the only options I can think of for you.
My guess would be as well that visions of dragons and that sort of thing are not commonplace on this new planet either.
That is a very good thing to think about, yes. You must be careful what you share. I would not recommend that you share that you are from. As I explained, you must use these identities as if you were from Progentica. If any of the powers that be in Progentica found that you exist, people from the lower lattice who have realm running capabilities would shake up all of their history, and it would create massive messes, and you would be the targets of all kinds of. It would be a nightmare for you. Be very careful with your identities.
Then I shouldn't speak much.
So
I'm
why,
not very good at lying.
you are quite straightforward. I appreciate that in a lot of ways. Why conceal our names? I understand identities and who we are, that makes sense, but why a new name? Are our names that unique that people would understand we're from a different world?
No, in fact, you could use your existing names as your new identities if you want. I guess I should have made it more clear. I'm arranging it such that you basically have an ID that shows that you are from Progentica.
That makes a lot more sense. Because I don't think, yet half of us, probably more than half of us, all of us, would struggle with just adopting a new name randomly and not fucking that up.
Of course, and I understand the discomfort, sure. And I do apologize for all that you have gone through. I've done my best to make you as prepared as possible for the long journey that you will have, in whatever direction that you may choose to go.
I have another question.
Of course.
Yes. Okay. So you say that a small portion of this population are able to realm hop. Fair. Want to keep that on the down low? Fine. If we are to succeed and we have tailored our skills to what we're able to do, most notably Sindri and myself, who are casters and use magic. How are we to survive after you've helped us increase that? Do we guise it as an awakening of sorts?
It will be
That
difficult.
It seems.
Understand. It will be difficult
Along
for you to
those
navigate.
lines.
In the world of Progentica, you will have to be extra careful about how you use your abilities. However, keep in mind, because in that world there are people who have awakened to similar capabilities. If you can earn the right to have the provincial RR public status license, then you'll be free. Not only will you be free to operate as a realm runner, you will be hailed as a gate hero.
Got it. Sindri had a question.
Yes.
And then I have another one.
Sindri.
It's along similar lines to what Merrik was just saying, but more along the lines of, because you said magical technologies and such. Would there be any sort of equipment or things like that? Would it be able to produce like a magical spell as we see it?
It's an excellent question. And sadly, because of the unique cosmic forces that hold Progentica together, the magical devices that have been created on Progentica are not able to be used in the Barbary worlds. However, magical devices and artifacts that come from the Barbary worlds can be used to fuel or to be remade and repurposed into other devices in Progentica, which is why, one of the reasons why the Ultra Guilds send missions to the Barbary worlds to gain hold of some of these items. Merrik.
Yes. When you, just out of curiosity, when you say that people have awakened with these abilities, very rarely, does that mean that they can? Does that awakening or understanding have to be from birth, or do people at a certain age or a triggering event in their life, much like how Sindri awakened his spells, so arguably could say, I was just a regular old chap, I was reading a book, and then all of a sudden, bam, I threw it against the wall with magic?
That is a good question. Apparently, it's different from person to person. Some people awaken to their powers at different ages.
Got it. Is the most common age 27?
No.
That was a cheeky joke.
That was a good question, though, actually. It has occupied my thoughts greatly to understand why all of you, born effectively on the same day on 4 different worlds, have been drawn together and thrust toward Progentica in such a way. Wish I could offer you more insight, but I must say I'm anxious and curious to see what you will do and what you will learn and how you will grow.
Now. Forgive me for sounding... I'm going to take Thyra's approach. What would you like us to learn from these places? Anything that you want? I mean, you've quite an interest in us. You've quite an interest in dragons. We saw a giant dragon in a ice crystal in your supernal. Well, is it just... Digress.
Well, you dreamed that. I don't really know what it was that you saw.
That is fair. I don't think I dreamt it because I saw it anyway. Is there any information or knowledge that you would like us to attempt to seek, other than what you've already laid forth? I ask because you have been such a gracious host to us.
I appreciate your consideration, but to be clear, I don't want to... I don't want to... I've already meddled enough, is the way I see it. I don't want to... You should have the free will to choose your own destinies within the context of what has happened to you. I don't want to put any restrictions on what the choices that you make as you go forth into these different worlds.
I mean, that is fair. I mean, we could choose to find it. We might not find anything, but if there was any knowledge that you would be interested in, if we come across, what kind of things would you be looking for?
I shall think on this. This is a generous gift that you offer. When next we meet, I will have an answer for you.
I ask because it might be useful to us as well.
Here on.
I worry of Milo and how he'll be accepted.
Good
Very
question.
good point.
The world that you are going to has a cornucopia of races, including all of yours, and some that you have not met or experienced yet, that don't exist on your worlds. And I forgot to mention that the harness that I gave to her also has another enchantment on it. That when you are in Progentica and he is in the harness, it kind of magically disguises him to look like a regular kitty.
Does the harness have to, well, only attached to her, or as long as Milo is wearing the harness, he would look like a normal?
That is the difficulty. The way the harness works, he doesn't wear the harness, she wears the harness. It's really just straps that hold him in place the way she likes to carry him. And the quick action allows her to unstrap him so he flops out. So it will only work when he is attached to her. So it does mean that you will have to be extra careful with him if you happen to get into sticky situations on Progentica. Although I think you will find that as long as you are careful, it is very well, in the context of the worlds that you come from, I understand that things are a bit more lawless. Progentica is very ordered. There is a vast network of law enforcement agencies that work for various security forces of the Ultra Guilds. And I'm not saying there is no crime. There is crime. You must be careful of this. So I would suggest that you hide any kind of thing as well as possible and get good at telling whole tales, as it were, if something is revealed to someone. But keep in mind, if you're careful enough and only one or two random people happen to see something that they shouldn't, it's your word against theirs. Some people will say things and, other people will think it's crazy.
Whilst we're on the topic of the lion dragon, I do have one question. How quickly is Milo going to grow?
It was my next thought. How long until that harness is no longer viable?
Honestly, he's kind of a unique creature. I suspect that his rate of growth is going to be dramatically slow. I think you will find or at least Shae will find, that Milo is much more different than he already seems. But I don't think you need to worry about him growing in size to a point where he becomes a problem. Except when you need him to. I'm not sure.
So you're saying he's not your average flying dragon cat?
Basically, yes.
Shae, do you have any questions?
Shae has lots of questions, but
Speak.
I don't know if everyone wants to hear all my questions.
Yes, we
If
do.
they're important to you.
Well, first of all, how do you spell Progentica? And what is the guild? What is a guild master? Yeah, things like that. Lots of words I didn't understand.
I'm
Guilds
sorry.
and things we could have a conversation with after this. I understand the guild side of things very well.
Same here.
I can infer.
I'll make it real quick. I know I can be long-winded, but I make it quick.
Yes, it can
think-
be.
You're welcome. Think of a guild, much like a tribe. You had your group of people you lived with,
Uh-huh.
right? A guild is kind of like that, in a very rudimentary way. So they are groups of people that work together.
Oh, so
We
So
will
it's-
expand upon it later, I promise.
so does that mean that the master is like the elders?
Of
One
sorts,
way of
yes.
putting it.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
but they don't necessarily have to be old.
Oh,
Yes, the more like a leader. You know, when you were in ranger training, and you had the leader of that group. Your group of rangers, you were like a guild. But now think of that on a larger scale.
oh.
GUILD.
Shae has learned quite a lot, and she just now realized that there are bigger numbers than 1000.
Fate is struggling. Merrik is not. Fate is struggling. Yes.
And for once,
Yeah,
I'm the
what-
one keeping a dead straight face.
Well, I mean,
You're a master.
the only
DT.
dead straight face is probably. Yes. Shae, I promise. In time, I'm sure you'll understand it better. But I think that is probably where we should leave it for now.
Okay.
I'm personally having a hard time picturing the amount of people.
Oh God, I will tell you. It fucking sucks sometimes. Traffic is horrible. Large groups
Obviously,
of people,
his
small
character's talking about
spaces.
like horse traffic and carts on roads.
Just the hustle and bustle. Yeah, I understand you may be very uncomfortable, and I understand you might want to lop some heads. And don't get me wrong, when we are ready to do so, by all means, lop some fucking heads. However, we might have to be a little bit
Discreet.
tactical, discreet, yes.
What does that mean?
Stealthy.
Oh, okay.
Thyra, you had the
Yes.
question.
You said there's these officers and law enforcers. If somebody does disrespect me, or my companions, and I defend our honor, yes, Merrik, I have grown quite fond of you.
Thank you.
If I were to challenge them to a fight, is that unlawful?
If you intend to kill each other, yes. Now,
What if it's merely to just retain your honor until someone submits?
well, there are laws in place in Progentica that also kind of forbid what they call assault. But keep in mind, just like every world, there are darker places, places where people are, there are some criminality perhaps, or people are kind of on the edge of societies, right? It's a large world, you can imagine, with 1 billion people.
That reminds me, well, you've mentioned that. Shae, when we
Yes?
get there, make sure you keep an eye on all of your things in your pockets and basically just make sure you're aware of your items and anybody that's a bit too close.
Everything is in
So-
my backpack.
So,
What are pockets?
if somebody steals from me, I am not allowed to take their hand for it.
No.
No, we let the law enforcement do that. However, you can humiliate them. I would.
Yes,
They
you
deserve
can capture people who have stolen from you as long as you don't murder them. And you can provide, if you can capture them and give them to law enforcement, then you actually can improve your reputation.
Now, if someone, hang on. Now, if someone tries to take your head, you best take theirs first.
Yes, that is true. You can defend yourself from someone who is obviously trying to murder you, but be careful. There are still sticky situations that can occur.
For all intents and purposes, put them down, but not permanently.
Wise.
You know what a headlock is?
Yes.
Yeah, you make them fall asleep with the headlock.
Is there rules written down that I can?
I would write them.
Would be wise.
I didn't hear what you said. Is there rules that what?
Are written down because these laws seem a lot more strict than what I am used to.
Indeed.
They will be.
There are very complex legal system in place in Progentica. I can't really say more because I don't want to overwhelm you even further. Just
Too late.
be careful, do your best. If you must get in the fight and you're not doing something working from one of the ultra guilds, be careful not to get caught and or not to kill. Just use subdue your attackers if you must. Just be careful and think about a more ordered world.
Do you trust me? Truly.
Sure.
It may seem weird, but please follow my lead. Listen, I understand you are very free-spirited. I don't quite understand your culture the way you do, but I understand enough of it to know that what you are capable of could get us in a lot of trouble. At the same time, what you are capable of can save us.
Also, this is good that you're working out your roles in your group. Both of you have different leadership potentials. I recommend, it's up to you to decide for yourselves, but I recommend that when you are operating freely in the world, not in combat or in a dungeon or something like that, that Mr. Merrik take lead with Mr. Sindri as the voice of the party. When you're in combat, you should allow Thyra to take lead with guidance from Merrik and Sindri and their tactical skills. Shae, your leadership is about taking care of that little one that's with you. Only you can take care of that special being.
Only you can prevent forest fires. I'm sorry,
That was pretty good.
I was just gonna say Druid votes Shae as party leader, but
Vera.
just saying.
So, first off, in bringing us to Progentica, how close to the capital are you going to be dropping us off?
Oh, you will be in Grandelphia.
Like, are we just going to right in space, or are we going to be able to arrive in an area that is discreet enough that we can just walk out?
There's going to be some travel that you will have to go. Unfortunately, there are some limitations to where and how I can operate the exits in that
So
space.
you're not just popping us into a densely populated area amongst a large group of people. We will be
amongst.
You know what? He said didn't not know. Okay, that's a double negative. That would have meant your parents knew. That's fate. Yeah, I caught your.
I did a double negative?
You did. You did. They wouldn't have not known that. You're like, no, that means they would have. You mean they didn't know. Anyway, that it was not important to the story, so I didn't bring it up then.
Okay.
Now I am.
I forgot.
Because I
no,
teased him for his double
Yeah.
negative.
So to be clear, yes, we may be just outside the city, but we are not going to be dropped in the midst of a populated plaza.
I will not guarantee
Or at least
that.
that's the goal. What's that?
I cannot guarantee that.
Well, shit. Okay.
One
I have one
question.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
I feel like this is kind of an important one.
Yes.
What languages are we going to encounter?
Common.
Are there any languages that we collectively or independently know that we should not speak?
No.
For instance, I imagine potentially Abyssal might not be the best thing to...
Well, both Celestial and
Yeah,
Abyssal
yes.
are rare languages that do exist. In the history, mythology of Progentica, they are viewed as potentially fake languages. Because, again, those realms have not been proven to exist. But they do exist as languages. There are rare people who have learned them. I wouldn't recommend talking to the average person in either of those languages. But you will find that all of the other languages that you all know are represented, and even some that you all have never heard of.
Unless somebody else brings up something that sparks another question, I only have one more. Until we leave this place, and I wish I could talk to you directly and ask other things, but I know that's not going to happen anytime soon.
I know, because Drew's going to hear about all of the questions for the rest of the week.
One of the reasons she fell in love with you, though, dude.
I love you.
Oh, no.
There's still a spare room.
I appreciate that. I am saving me pennies. I know that this is a melting pot of a place. And we have all come from different worlds and different cultures, and our attire reflects that. I'd imagine then we would not stand out greatly because of said melting pot. Or should we find a way to blend in?
That is a good question.
culture?
You won't stand out too much because of your race. You won't stand out at all because of your race. Your clothing and equipment
Besides me.
might be a bit different. No, I mean, In the world of Progentica, there may not be races like you, but there are people who wear makeup and wear costumes. And so I suspect when you first show up in this world, they will
Cosplayers.
you will be viewed as cosplayers, yes.
Fucking theater nerds. God damn it.
You're gonna fit right in.
Then
As a
with
wizard,
that,
are you not king of the nerds?
I wouldn't say I'm a king. I would not strive for such a lofty goal. I do not want that responsibility.
Merely an expression.
For once, it was lost on me.
Thyra. Oh, I'm sorry, were you not done?
I was going to ask if that's the case, then I don't have a lot of money to be able to potentially blend in. Is that something you plan on helping us with? Or is that not something you're capable of doing? Which I understand if not, but...
I've got some, but I don't think it's going to get us a massive amount of distance.
Actually, the gold that you have is useless in Progentica.
I was going to say.
Your
Merely trinkets
IDs
to them.
are magical devices. I have provided about 100 credits each. That is the easy way is what they call them credits, but in that world they call them Bytecoins.
Do they bite?
B-Y-T-E.
All of us just like, are you serious? Right, coins.
I should have known.
With a Y.
Yes.
Then would our current currencies make us stand out?
Don't use the gold. Hide it away.
Is gold still valuable as gold?
No, but it will be valuable on your worlds.
I was going to say,
is
once we're registered, then it would be likely that we would have gold because we were registered realm jumpers.
And go into other
Gold
worlds?
is not a valuable mineral or metal in Progentica. It's too
However, I
soft to be used
understand-
for anything, and it's not a necessary metal for anything.
That is fair, but I understand what Sindri is saying, that once we are registered with a guild, us having gold would not be anything unusual, considering we would be...
Correct, because
You know
will
how hard
be
it is to get
rich.
this
I
accent?
know, I'm sorry, I
For
love
me,
you.
I
I
struggle
love you, I'm
with it.
sorry.
I struggle with it so much that I do it on my outside of this.
That's how I was with
I
Star.
know.
Okay.
You guys are
This is the color
amazing.
blue.
You're like,
This is what I've been seeing. It's the same color. It's the same blue glow.
someone
It's the
clip
same
that.
grain. It's the same green hair. Oh.
I think you should confiscate a pillow.
Yes, let me
That's
make
okay.
something.
I will
clear.
tell you, I've already done something. She's gonna hate me when she finds out.
Shae, you have a question.
What is the gold you talk about? My world, we exchange stuff.
That is
Common
correct.
trade.
You have a barter
Yeah.
system in your world. Because there's so few of you left.
I go into my backpack and pull out my little pouch of coins and pour it out on the table for Shae to have a look at.
Yep.
Shay's eyes light up. She's like,
They're shiny and pretty, but that's about it.
Instead of doing the bartering, so an item for an item, we put a value on this. So say, just as an example, say this one coin would be a loaf of bread, for instance. And then you could trade 2 loaves of bread for a piece of meat or something like that. It's a very similar concept, but you're just using something else as like a proxy.
Shay just kind of taps at the coins on the table.
Mhm.
They don't bite. Okay.
Abenaki pops in one other thing real quick and says, I want to also be clear, as I explained, magical technology evolved in Progentica. But because of that, it stunted any of their mechanical and industrial technology. So very little mechanical and industrial technology exists in that world. It will be quite different. In fact, I want to give you another big warning. It is going to be a massive culture shock for you. So be prepared in your minds. Vera.
What is the weather like?
The weather is varied. It is a mixture of all your different worlds and different regions. It's a larger planet. When you go to one region, it might have a different weather pattern. But the weathers change with seasons more than what you are experienced to. So you probably where you're going to, it's going to be mild and comfortable. A little bit
It is going to be warmer than what I am used to. My other question.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, BT.
All right, just because. How long have we actually been here, where we are now?
I think
Like,
basically
about a
you've
month and a
been
half.
here, like, what, 5 or 6 weeks, right?
Like a month and a half, almost 2 months.
Weeks, probably.
'Cause I would say that they would probably be getting used to this kind of heat by now.
That is
I
true.
I would
Yeah, her
almost
body would
arguably say not
acclimate a little
used
bit.
to it, but like
Well, it's not
Yeah,
even
I
heat.
understand
Remember,
this.
I explained that it's like what I call it, the Goldilocks zone. It's like
Yeah,
72 degrees.
but
So
that's it. But to her, it
To
would have
somebody
been the
used
heat.
to 10 degrees and below. Follow-up question.
yes.
I know that Shae is not used to things like sunshine.
That will be a part of the shock of the place. It will be
Do you
her
have
first
anything
experience
that
of
could
an
protect
actual...
her eyes?
What?
Do you have
That's a
anything that
good
she
thing.
could use to protect her eyes as she adjusts?
I do not have something like that on hand, but there will be merchants that you can find such things at in
So-
Progentica.
So you mean to tell me that the merchants that may have items that may resemble glasses for the sun?
Yes.
Is the sun really that bad?
It's just
No.
very bright.
It can be bright. You know, in the greenhouse, you know that bright orb? It can be brighter. I recommend you do not stare at it directly.
Don't stare at it directly.
Do not. Especially if, you know what? If an eclipse happens, I will shield your eyes for you.
It
With
doesn't
that,
understand, but okay.
To be clear, I am
Okay.
confident that she will not be permanently damaged by the sun, like you say, if she does not stare at it directly. But she
Yes,
will adapt
I-
to it. And if
I
you
did it as
find
a child.
a merchant that provides glasses of the sun for her, then it will help with her discomfort.
All right. Like I said, if someone didn't have anything else that sparked an idea, I have 2 more questions. One, if you speak of these guilds and these heroes per se, I imagine that the majority of the common folk may not walk around armed the way that we want to be. Is that, or is it not uncommon for people to have a sword or a
Oh.
dagger or a staff?
It is very uncommon for people to carry a sword. Again, I suspect that people will think that you are theater goers or someone in costume. So play to that role, if you will. And maybe at some point it might be worth it to you to decide if you want to get disguises for living in the world when you are in Progentica. That'd be up to you.
Okay. Second question.
you don't perhaps have a bag of holding we can squirrel away with us?
He's
I mean, I understand
stroking a
they can
non-existent
be-
beard because it's a black mummy face, right? It's not
He's
even.
stroking
just
the,
like
the
stroking
cloth,
like there's a
and he's
beard
like,
there.
Have it. Have it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he says, well, since I provided the special gift to Thyra and to Shae,
Shae,
then I shall provide a special gift for you and for Sindri as well.
I mean, I will
If he
say,
wants this bag of holding, I can provide one.
I would appreciate it. I will say you have given me a gift of extra spells. I will admit to that. I would graciously accept a bag of holding.
Actually, I don't believe I have specifically that item on hand in my laboratory, but I have something similar. It's a special kind of haversack. Would that do?
Of course it is.
Is it a handy haversack?
I suppose it would be considered
Would be
quite
handy.
handy, considering that you can carry more things in it, just like the bag of holding.
Got it.
Yes, Sindri.
DM question.
Yeah.
Would Sindri know what glasses are?
What glasses are?
Yeah.
I think from your world, you would have seen monocles. That's about it. Monocles and maybe some magnifying glasses. You know, like a magnifying glass.
Because I was thinking with his tinker ability, he could possibly rig something up to be a makeshift sunglasses to ease Shae into it. So
He
she
could
would
if
be
you had the
instantly
materials
shocked
on
by it.
hand here, but probably not.
Because all I was thinking is a bit of glass and then singe the glass so it gets a bit of the the black soot.
I like that idea.
I'm laughing because I'm proud of the creativity.
Yeah, no, that's dope.
Old
Ditto.
baby players.
You know.
Yeah.
Baby.
Unfortunately,
You
that
only
is one
think
of
he's a
the
baby 'cause he's short.
crafting mechanisms I do not have on hand to be able to craft glass the way you wish. I do apologize.
Okay.
Um,
It was a long shot.
All right. Well, this is. I mean, I shouldn't be shocked. As you guys all saw, I willingly activated that effigy. So, as I said then, I'll say it now. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And I will say for you, Thyra, anything we can to get back to your world to avenge your honor, I am all for it. I will gladly assist you in taking the head of that fucking demon.
How much trouble would I get in for doing that? Because you said that there's plants on other realms.
Well, the difficulty won't be in what you do and accomplish on the Barbary worlds. Other than you have to become an official realm runner and to be given access to missions and to go to the Barbary worlds, to use the devices that you will need to use to travel. You must, as I explained, have a special license to do so. Part of the license will be some questions and some testing of your capabilities. One of it will also be you will have to take an oath. And the oath will be that you do not share the knowledge of Progentica with anyone in the Barbary worlds who does not already know. I had a character, I lost track of what your question was again, sorry.
Oh, how much trouble
Oh yeah. So
if I were to behead?
right. So the problem will not be that if you decide to do something like that, unless of course that person happens to be propped up by one of the ultra guilds, which seems unlikely to me, having witnessed your experience. It's very unlikely. But basically, you will be living by the rules and laws of the world that you travel to. So if you want to challenge your corrupted demonic clan leader to a duel and destroy him.
He is not my clan leader.
Well, whatever.
But yes.
Formerly your clan. You can do so. It is up to you and how you want to live in that world, right? The difficulty will not be in that, but in that when you take a mission, the mission might not be anywhere near that area of the world until at some point you might be able to find some mission that is somewhere near. Again, because you will likely have a limited amount of time that you will be on the world, the travel time could be too long for you to make it to what you want to accomplish. So it won't be an easy thing. That's also assuming that you cannot stay permanently on your world. As I said, I do not know yet.
All right, one last thing I promised, and I think it's best we get going because as much as I said that I am gracious of your assistance, I am ready to leave this place. Is it not uncommon for people to approach the guilds and request entry? Or is that something that your contact would be able to clarify?
My suggestion is that you secure transportation to Malden's pit as quickly as possible to meet with your contact, Grimbane. He will be able to escort you to get your license, and he will be able to show you how you will be able to operate in the shadowy underworld of realm running and be able to get missions. And from then, when you get the mission, you will be directed by the mission to go to the proper Ultra Guild, or they are called something different than that. And once you are there, then you will be given access by their security personnel if you have been contracted to them. Does that make sense?
Yes. Anyone wants to roll deception or like a perception if
Oh, you mean
they
sense
know.
motive?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody roll sense motive, that's fine.
Anyone wants to roll an insight?
Merrick?
Yeah.
I got a
No,
natural
insight,
20.
yeah. I keep doing that 3.5% thing. That's old habits die hard.
Uh, 25 total.
What'd you get?
13.
Sindri wasn't paying attention.
Sindri didn't roll?
Nope.
You just take it at face value? Oh,
No,
yeah.
Sindri just wasn't paying attention enough to challenge what you said.
Oh, you roll? Okay, gotcha. Merrick?
Yeah. Well, unless anyone wants to out Merrick, you know that he was not confident in that answer.
Huh?
I rolled less than a 10. Like,
Oh, okay. All right.
everybody.
Well, you are quite confident that he is being as sincere and upfront with you as possible. Obviously, he's not telling you everything because it would be an overwhelming amount of information. And again, because he's explained that he does not want to.
Sorry, I want to clarify that when you asked, does that make sense? And Merrick said yes. If y'all want to roll perception on Merrick and being honest with that, because Merrick is like, yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
Merrik rolled a 5. He, unless anyone wants to out Merrik on that, he is lying and unconfident on that answer.
Gotcha.
Is where I'm.
I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
We'll just assume your new companions kind of thought you were serious or not, depending on how well they know you. So, all right, where were we at now? What was I talking about?
We're ready to go.
Is that right? Do you all have any other questions?
He
Go
always
for it,
has
Shae.
questions, but I think she could probably figure them out with the help of her friends.
Yes.
Are you sure there's none that you would like to ask Abernathy while we're here?
No.
More like Blabbernacky today.
Say again, bud.
Said more like Blabbernacky today.
Blabbernacky. It has been. I told you it'd be a big lore drop day.
It's also been a while since Sindri made a pun.
I liked it.
Miss Thyra already asked the main question that I had, which was about Milo. So thank you, Miss Thyra.
You're welcome. Better strap that cat right now.
I mean,
I said it out loud and I was like, I am.
Fate's gonna say the joke, not Merrik. Yeah, the pussy's got a chastity belt. We're good.
I will punch him. If anybody wants me to, I will do it right now.
Off stream, I'm fine with
my
that. No,
goodness.
no violence on stream now.
All right, let's end it.
Roll of persuasion.
All right, are you guys? So Mr. Abernathy asks then, if you have no more questions, it is time for you to go. You ready?
May I say bye to Connor
wait,
first?
I got
Connor's
the
already
thing
left.
on.
Oh, did Connor leave?
Yeah,
Ah, yes.
Connor's long gone.
Oh, shit.
Please help her put the line drake harness on, or the Milo harness, whatever you want to call it.
Oh yeah, add a character question.
Add a character question, and then Sindri has a question.
Yeah. How many rations was I able to make over these 5 weeks period?
12.
Okay.
Some of it rotted, so you had to,
Were we able to replenish our healer's kits?
Yeah, absolutely. You can replenish your healers kits. Sindri.
Cool. Go.
Sindri's question is: you mentioned that there would be a gift for me as well.
Yes.
Curious what this was.
Tell me something that you think
is-
that you would like and or need.
And I will do my best to provide it if I have it on hand.
By the way, about this time, one of his servants comes up and puts that backpack you were already talking about on the table. He didn't even talk to one of his people or motion or anything. It just shows up.
Excellent.
And Sindri, so what would you like?
In all honesty, I'm not too sure because the magical items thing is a bit new to me. But I'm open to suggestions of anything you think would help.
Merrik,
Yes.
love you. Thank you for the follow. You're beautiful.
For the follow, thank you so
Wait.
much.
Thank
For the
you.
Emperor!
Little Horace. Oh, is that a game reference? I don't know. I
Fourth
just
K
think your name's
reference.
okay. We love you. Thank
Little
you for being here.
Horus.
Lupercal!
Yes. Someone had a question.
Yeah,
Sindri needs help deciding on a magical thing that he possibly would want.
because Sindri's not really encountered many magical items from his realm.
Oh.
Mini realm. I mean, even your realm,
Well,
you've seen
yeah.
a few. But
From
yeah.
his home.
Yeah.
With that.
What is something that you might enjoy? Okay. Oh my goodness.
This is BT saying this.
Yeah.
Strength.
Yes to what?
For me!
Strength for me.
No.
You're gonna just switch from sword. You had your opportunity to be a fighter. You had that chance.
Mine was
You're
just so
like,
I could jump all over the place. Just be bouncing around like this super fast little ball. Of
Well, you
gnome.
can do that with the jump spell if you want.
Ooh! What about a ring of jumping?
Let me see.
We're
Trying to
very.
think. Hang on.
We know how to navigate a ring of jumping. And
Don't I? We also know how to navigate, armor and water innately. Thyra, do you have a lot of water where you're from?
yes,
Good.
they're seafarers.
Yes.
That's right.
He said-
Remind me
Um,
that I would love to hear more stories about your world.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
he
it.
says, "Let me think for a moment." He kind of, see him looking around and like he's just
I have an idea.
processing in his head.
For context, the reason that comes to mind would be when Sindri had to get thrown to jump over that little gap.
Yeah.
Now,
So
now see, Sindri,
Yes.
I know you asked, and as I was thinking, I know you like to play pranks. Yes.
Correct?
And I could also see something being just as useful for pranks, as well as something very, very useful in combat and tactfully, unless Abenaki does not have an immovable rod. I think that fits.
that item is
Failing that, BT has another idea. But again, Sindri wouldn't know what these items are. These are just
Yes.
ideas I've thrown out.
Yeah,
that
no,
Save
item.
the ring of jumping.
Let me think for a second. If your character would know it, your character wouldn't know what an
do it.
immovable rod is.
All right, never mind then.
Sorry.
Shit.
It's a
Because
rare enough item that, yeah.
It's a rare enough uncommon item. Yes.
I mean, I know it's uncommon, but
No, I know. Out of context, PT, you as Sindri would fucking love the immovable rod. It can be broken, and it is so like trickstery.
Look it up.
I would say just look it up just for funsies.
Yep.
And maybe you might be able to find one. But other than that, I think the ring of jumping is quite useful.
The other idea would be like slippers of spider climbing, so it could walk on walls and stuff.
Slippers of spider crawling.
so do you role play that? You ask for
Well, again, Sindri can't ask for these because he doesn't know them.
well,
It's just me suggesting things
you
to
role
Faye
played that you
couldn't
asked
remember.
for the ability to jump. You made that comment, right?
Yeah. So, Merrik, there is a
Mhm.
couple of things that, from past experiences, that would help us, well, help me out, and
Yes.
therefore help the group out as well.
Mhm.
One would be something that could help me jump further, so I wouldn't need to get eaten quite as often, and you wouldn't need to get a face full of gnome.
But that
That
was
is
so
fair.
much
Or-
fun.
I'm not going to lie, it was fun, but it could have gone wrong.
It could have.
But it didn't.
The
But see-
other idea,
Yes, go ahead.
borrowing an idea from the spiders that we were fighting, is there a way that I could mimic their way to move on walls or something like that? Because then I would still be able to get round, say, a trap on the floor or a hole in the ground without jumping.
That is true.
Mr. Abenaki says,
Um,
I'm sorry, but the only thing that I can offer I don't have something that you're talking about, like for the second thing, but I do have a ring that you can wear that will allow you to cast the jump spell as a bonus action at will.
I mean, that sounds good to me, but
out of context, or would Merrik know what an alchemy jug is?
well, remember, when you left your world, you were, I mean, you're educated, but
that's
most
why
of
I'm
your time
asking.
was focused on magic knowledge, arcane knowledge, spells, and stuff.
Okay.
Not necessarily
Okay,
magic
yeah.
items.
No,
I would
fair.
say, tell you what, we'll roll a percentage.
Okay.
I'll say that
I will
pretty much
also say
any of
kind
the magical items that exist, you might have like a 15% chance to know them if they're
Chance
not
of-
like super obvious or famous.
Sure.
So-
Because I will also like I agree in that sense.
If you want to add
And
something
that's
else
why I
to
was
the
asking
roll.
kind of. I want to ask out other than like the
Nick,
movable rod
I
one.
think it's best. Let's just settle on the jumping ring for
Right.
for useful and comedic sake.
Yep.
How's that?
Okay. Yeah. As long as BT's down with that.
Yeah, I'm
He's
fine
just
with
said
it.
yep.
Okay.
It'll bring it to new heights, man.
Cool. So then,
There's
yeah.
a lot of things that I could ask for, but Sindri would know none of them.
I mean, you might know some of
Yeah.
them. Like I said, I'll even give you a percentage chance to know some things. But if that was the first thing that kind of came to your mind, I like that. I like that we should go with your first gut instinct. So, plus, again, it could be useful when she turns big, you know, or just needs if you need uppies, you can give yourself uppies.
But the other one was, of course, having advantage on sleight of hand stuff because of that thing exploding in his face. But jumping seems to make sense to me. It's
Okay.
going to be useful to get
think
the
about
small guy
utility.
around the battlefield.
So Mr. Abenaki
Yeah.
says, well then, I will have this ready for you at the door. All these gifts and what's so funny?
I made a mistake.
Fate open chat.
Yeah, I periodically just pop into chat just to kind of see like if
I
shit's
keep
getting
an eye.
rowdy.
I had to ban
Alright.
someone earlier.
Ring of self uppies.
Yep, I see
Did
it.
you have to ban?
It was someone coming in trying to sell followers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was it that? Was it that?
Sorry.
That follow? No, the follow is to participating in chat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
it was someone
Anyway.
further back.
No,
Yes, sir.
earlier BT banned somebody.
Thank you for taking
Nice.
care of that, BT. Well done.
That's why I leave my phone open.
all right.
Plus, I can actually control not looking at my phone.
Alrighty.
This way then.
So Shay's all got the harness on and backpack and Milo.
All right.
What does Milo think of the harness?
Milo, you get the you look down on him and ask him. He looks up at you and goes, "Meow." And you get the sense that he feels comfy like this because it reminds him of the way you used to always hold him when he was you were carrying him as a rock.
Oh, one thing we never clarified as well.
Mm-hmm.
Does Milo speak
Draconic.
Right now,
Draconic, or
it
does he
doesn't
just
appear so.
meow?
The only
Okay.
communication that you've seen it do is brief meowing, and he seems to sort of have a weird kind of emotional, empathetic kind of communication with her for now.
Like I said, Sindri doesn't even know he can speak it yet.
Right.
He just spoke it without thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Shay understood
Um,
you, speaking Draconic.
Alright.
Before we finally head off, Merrik will head back to his room. Gather any miscellaneous things that he has, which is really not much, and ensure that his bed is placed back in proper order because he was not good at making his bed.
Right.
And just kind of out of respect and kind of just saying bye to the space.
Sure, of course. As a matter of fact, Mr. Abenaki says he will meet you all at the door because he knows you all have stuff to get from your rooms. If you went to breakfast, you wouldn't have taken all your stuff with you.
Mhm.
So he says, I will meet you at the front door. I'll be waiting there. All right, so
Sindri?
I'm going to exposition this from here on out.
Yeah.
And this will be leaving on a wrap up for tonight and sort of a cliffhanger and a new start. Here we go. You all get all the things that you need. Say goodbye to the space that was yours for several weeks, the fancy hotel room, as it were.
My corner.
Mhm.
Thank you for providing me place to sleep or meditate.
And
There's
you,
this by the door.
you now are standing before the front door, and Mr. Abenaki is standing before you there. And in the hands of one of his phantom assistants is the ring that he provides to Sindri. And
Thank you.
he says, he opens up the door, and it's just very bright. You can't see anything yet. He says, off you go now. Scooch, time to go.
Dear
Kinda
walks.
like a mama bird kicking the baby birds out of the nest.
Dear just like walks forward, just confidently.
You all walk and join Thyra. Follow after her.
I'm gonna. Sindri's gonna wait on Shae.
She's gonna look at Mr. Abe and she's gonna bow and say, "Thank you, Mr. Abe." And then, let's go, Milo.
Merrik is last, by the way.
All right, so
Shae follows after Miss Thyra.
As Merrik, before he walks out, he looks at Abernathy and goes, "Please, I hope that what you've given us is honest. I believe it's so, for I don't want to fear Thyra's wrath. But thank you for everything."
he bows to you.
I'll bow back.
And then jet out the door.
He'll walk backwards out the door.
Okay, he'll walk backwards out the door.
Yeah.
Each of
Sticks a
you,
foot out.
if you walk backwards out the door, you see Mr. Abenaki shut the door. You all find yourself, this poor little one is a bit blinded, but not as much as you would think, because there's a lot of shade where you're at. You find yourselves standing in an alleyway of several buildings attached to each other. And they're very tall buildings. And your alley is like a T. You see the alley goes off and then stops at what looks like another alleyway, but it ends at another wall. And in that alleyway is this kind of large metal box. And again, you look up, it's very bright because it's daytime, but the buildings are so tall that you're all shaded right in this area. And you look behind you and you see there's where you walked out of looks like an old bookstore that has a closed sign and is shuttered with boards across the door. And as I said, that the alleyway is a T. Your alleyway goes like this, but then to the left, the alleyway kind of must turn left to some other destination. And I'm just going to exposition that you guys together, kind of in awe, walk around and go down that alleyway. As you walk down that alleyway, you hear loud kind of sounds, like these weird kind of sounds. And you hear lots of people talking and walking, and you look out, and what I'm describing to you is, I want you to imagine a modern world, but in this modern world, the architecture is very similar to our modern world, with glass, stone, steel buildings, but there's a slight bit of difference in the architecture in that a lot of the filigree of the architecture is kind of that ancient Renaissance style. Not ancient, excuse me, like after the Middle Ages Renaissance style, kind of a little tint of Gothic and almost kind of a little bit hint of Elvish kind of looking, kind of a mixture of that Gothic Elvish, but that's only on the edges. The rest of it's very modern looking. And apparently this alleyway leads to a sidewalk, and there's a road, some sort of paved road out there. And you see these
What's it
floating
smell like?
wheel. Excuse me.
What does it smell like?
Actually, you're kind of surprised. It smells kind of smells nice and clean and fresh. Because imagine, I just want you to sort of imagine if a modern world had evolved from magical tech, you wouldn't have pollution, right?
Pollution,
because magic makes everything happen. And now there is a bit of a waft of odor coming from that weird metal box that you saw at the end of the alleyway. Kind of stinky, old rotten food kind of odor. And you're standing at the end of this alleyway that you've come out of, and you finally get close enough to see the edge of the buildings, and you see these ridiculously tall skyscraper buildings off in all directions. And on the buildings, including the metal and the glass, there are these kind of weird holographic displays that you can tell are like magically produced of advertising of all kinds. And there are these metal carts that they're like covered carts, carriages, but that's the best way you can describe them. These metal carriages that have no wheels. They're just floating along the ground and moving so fast, faster than any horse you could possibly imagine could go. And they're just zooming back and forth. And there's just this cornucopia, like hundreds, thousands of people walking along the streets, along the side, along the sidewalks. And you see in each direction, just it stretches off as far as you can see into these different tall buildings, and there's different size buildings and different architecture and art on the corners, and these weird carts, these weird metal carts that are flying or like moving around. And then occasionally you look up above, and there's actually like another tier of these flying carts flying in some sort of weird formation amongst the buildings, as if there's like some sort of invisibly seen road up there. And you see them you see people walking along, and they have, they look like average looking commoners, but they're wearing all kinds of weird different clothing. And there's lots of different races, from humans to elves to dwarves, halflings, gnomes, Aarakocra, turtle people, just a wide variety of crazy kind of any kind of fantasy race you can think of that exists in 5th Ed, and they're all walking along. And there's like, you notice there's like all kinds of stores and merchants all along the different buildings in different areas. And you just can't believe how many people and how tall these buildings are. And you see these people are wearing these strange kind of clothes, but there's a wide variety of clothes. And so you realize you guys don't stand out that much, maybe a little bit, because again, sort of cosplayers, but ultimately, you also notice that there's interesting metal constructs wandering around with the people. Some of them appear to be holding these strange looking, like, pipes, is the best way you can describe them. And they have interesting heralds on them, and they're kind of walking amongst the people on the corners. And you're not sure what those things are, but it's just a giant, massive melting pot of color and sound. Ultimately, out of character to sort of describe, it's like a high-tech combination of Shadowrun, where the magic tech evolved instead of mechanical tech. And you are basically in a modern world where people can't use magic, but they use magic devices. And the magic devices blow you away of what they can do. These flying cars are just one example, right? You also see people with these armbands on, these wristbands, and they're like a little illusionary image of someone that they're talking to, and you can hear their conversation as they're walking along talking to somebody on these little wristbands. And as you're all standing there stunned, slack-jawed, now that you're kind of out of the alleyway, the sun is kind of just high overhead, and poor Shae, she's like, she's like overwhelmed by the brightness of the sun beating down. It's the first time she's ever seen it. It's huge compared to what that fake sun was. and much brighter as well, lighting up the gleaming buildings and the skyscrapers. And I'm going to leave you with this, and that is Raven's Edge comments and says, "Oh, my dear lord, it's a smorgasbord of pootie tang and peen, oh yeah." And then he says, "But I wasn't the only one thinking, was I?"
There's too many people.
So,
Well,
that is where we will stop.
Shit.
What's so funny
wonder-
is the level of anxiety that you described is how the level of anxiety that I experience in a city. Because if I enter a city, I want to vomit. So
Oh no, I've got another similarity with Drew.
oh, I'm quite agoraphobic.
Thoroughly hates it. Is just
All I can think of is just the experience of fucking Disneyland. Just like get
Pick
the
up, I
fuck
can't
outta
hear you.
here.
The experience of what?
I'm sorry. The experience that we had in Disneyland, where it was just like, I hate it here. When it comes to the context of like being surrounded by people.
the amount of people.
Yeah.
This morning at the coffee shop, it was just like
You know what? First
stand
off,
in line.
stand in line. Don't stand in the doorway. I'm gonna raise my own blood pressure. I'm gonna stop. I wanted to just
The TNT.
basic white women. They were.
No, it's
Yeah,
not the
it's above the
TMNT
jackets.
universe.
It was horrible.
It's my own kind of concoction, similar to Shadowrun, but
Never experienced Shadowrun, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But they've talked about their Shadowrun games before. That is the only thing I know is the stories that
like,
Stormy and StarkItty have talked about. That's all.
I just imagine this is what Ciri felt when she made it to Cyberpunk from the Witcher series. Because that's essentially what happened. Or to Night City. Like, I know we, but it's just like, fuck.
My anxiety. Poor Thyra. Poor Thyra hates
Yeah.
it.
Hey, put your hood up, look down. Well, this is going to be quite the experience. I have to say, not what I expected.
Good.
This will be interesting.
And to be clear, you know, I think I've made it clear that
We're not staying here all
this
the
is the in-between world.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Poor thyroid.
I mean, there's going to have to be, there's
Shae.
obviously going to be a period of time we're going to have to come back and forth to it until.
Oh, yeah. No.
It's really
But,
just, yeah. This is this is my vision of the, Odysseus's voyage back home.
Really? I thought you were going for like a quantum leap thing.
I mean, you can mix that in too, I suppose.
the music, because I see it completely different again. I see it as the Norse mythology with all the different worlds.
Yeah.
So this would be Asgard being the high-tech magic place.
Yeah, I
Where
see that.
Thebra's from would be Niflheim. Is it Niflheim?
Yeah.
Muspelheim? I can't remember which way around it is. Then there's
Niflheim.
my word would be Muspelheim. Shae's world would be Niflheim, I think it is. And then I can't remember the cold one.
Anyway, cool. Right on.
It's the Earth.
Shit.
Yeah.
But-
Merrik could be from Midgard.
Yep.
Flat out. Like, you're the only normal one. Well, normal.
Normal.
Normal for normal's sake.
All right.
Well-
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight, and thank for my amazing cast for being open to some crazy concoction of a world, and they're in for some crazy
Wonderful.
I'm
shenanigans.
excited for it all, though. 100%.
I might be like,
Good.
oh my god, the anxiety, but
It'll be easy to RP it.
yeah. But
I'll
like,
give you some
that's not a
advice. You're gonna
criticism.
need to you're definitely going to need to keep your eye on Sindri. Shiny, shiny,
Oh,
shiny,
we
shiny,
know.
shiny, shiny, shiny.
We know he is the epiphany
Wait.
of your ADHD.
So my joke earlier about Sindri getting hit with the shopping cart was quite on point. That could happen.
A magical levitating shopping trolley.
Can I make may I
And-
make a raid suggestion?
Okay.
Okay.
He raided me on Thursday. He is playing Skyrim, so it is different. Than it's not anybody playing.
Who is it?
It's
The name.
Magus 80. It's all lowercase MAGUS 80. Magus 80.
I'll take a
Did I
look.
have music in? Wait, did I have music in the background,
I imagine Stormy did.
Kieran? Why?
Apparently,
Do you guys
could
hear my music?
every time. Yeah, apparently you could hear your music every time you spoke. Just very, very faintly.
Really?
Oh,
Okay, that's wild. Magus, M-A-G-I-S or U-S?
U.S.
US.
Ah, that explains it.
MAGUS.
I mean, oh no, that's weird. I don't know why.
It's because he's not picking
That would-
the background filter won't be picking up on this because there isn't one.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like I don't know why.
Whereas on Discord, it has one built in, doesn't it?
But why would this, if I'm only picking up my mic, why would it pick up my desktop audio?
Yeah, that is strange.
It'd just be your mic because it's activated when you're talking. It'd just be picking up the faintest of noise that you could hear.
I have Spotify playing. I paused it now, but like I don't know why Spotify would come through when I speak.
Yeah, because it would have to be like a flaw in the design of the headset that somehow the audio's leaking into from, where it's so the sound is a vibration, right? And so if the quality of the headphones vibrates into the mic arm, into the mic, it could duplicate the sound. Or
Nobody else
there's some
heard
sort of
it,
weird
but it's
digital
just
thing
my
going
ears.
on. That's a software thing. I don't know. That's super weird.
Interesting.
But we've seen
Well-
that. We've seen that happen with when we did the collab on Druid Stream, the community day. Something similar was happening with not actual Simon, right?
Yep.
Interesting.
It's a rare
Audio
thing.
leakage
It's not
is
like it
better
happens
than
very often,
other
but it is a
leakages.
possibility. What kind of headset
I
is
mean,
it?
it's a good thing I keep it. Huh?
What kind of headset is
What
it?
heads? The Steel Series, Arctic 7.
Those are supposedly pretty decent. So,
Yeah. Then whoever heard what I was listening to, it is Viking just everything.
Oh, cool. That works.
Yeah.
As
It's
long as
yeah,
people
I listen
enjoyed
to
it.
the Viking playlist all the time.
And-
Right.
Yeah. So hopefully that doesn't cause any issues with with Twitch and any amount of
More YouTube.
or YouTube for copyrights.
Yeah.
I imagine
I don't know
it
if it'll-
won't, just because it was whenever you were speaking, so you wouldn't be able to get like any more than a millisecond or two.
It shouldn't.
Maybe.
Okay.
Well, we can talk about it after stream. I just want to.
Yeah,
I'm going to
anyway.
go ahead and actually rate out Captain Jim Raynor because he's rating, and we haven't. He's come into ours and rated us several times, and I've
Okay, that's fine.
It's very rare when I get to raid Captain Jim Raynor. So
No
go check him out.
worries.
Guys, thank you all so much. You're amazing. We love you. Great role play night, and I'm glad you like the here real quick one more time. The massive
Pig.
version.
Fine, Naboo.
Literally did. The massive version of Thyra. And the Doge. Perfect. All right. Let me get this ready.
What are you growling?
Oh.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, it's done. Your breath stinks. You stinky boy.
Hi guys, go check out Captain Jim Raynor. He's a great guy. Sometimes he streams for Extra Life, just a sweet person, and
He's actually streaming for Extra
and he's
Life right
currently
now.
streaming for Extra Life. So you guys have a
Nice.
great one. We will see you. Oh, don't forget to come check out
BT and Fate
BT
tomorrow.
and Fate tomorrow. Bye,
On
guys.
BT's channel.
Yes.
For potentially the last time.
No.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still
And
Find a way.
rating out.
Bye.
Bye bye,
off
everybody.
with,
Bye bye.
off with buys.